Close your eyes, dear listener, and let the world soften around you. Imagine a quiet night, the stars above whispering secrets older than time itself. Welcome to a journey through the unknown, a gentle drift into mysteries that linger like shadows on the horizon. Tonight we weave through the enigma of the skies, planes that vanished, artifacts that defy reason, and ancient whispers of flight that no one can explain. This is 30 Unsolved Aviation mysteries, the puzzle of disappearing planes. A tapestry of wonders crafted to cradle your mind as you slip towards sleep. Breathe deeply now and feel the weight of the day melt away. Picture a vast, endless sky, its edges brushed with the glow of forgotten stars. Somewhere out there in the folds of clouds and the depths of oceans lie questions that have no answers. Planes that soared and then faded, leaving only silence. Ancient carvings that hint at wings long before our time. These are not stories of fear, but of awe, soft echoes of the unknowable, inviting you to rest in their mystery. Let each tale wrap around you like a warm blanket, guiding you into dreams where the impossible feels near. As you settle in, let your thoughts wander through fading ruins and windswept deserts where the past hums with secrets. We will not chase answers tonight, for these mysteries are meant to be felt, not solved. They are the gentle ripples of the eternal, lulling you into peace. So rest now and let the first mystery unfold, a tale of a woman and her plane lost to the boundless Pacific, her name forever woven into the stars. Let us begin with the vanishing of Amelia Earhart. Picture yourself standing on the edge of a vast ocean, its waves lapping softly at your feet under a sky heavy with twilight. The horizon stretches endlessly, a silver thread where sea and sky blur into one. You feel a faint hum like the ghost of an engine carried on the wind, and somewhere out there a plane drifts beyond reach its wings, catching the last light before it slips into the unknown. This is the world of Amelia Earhart, a woman who soared into legend only to vanish in 1937, her Lockheed Electra swallowed by the Pacific's silent depths. Tonight you wander through her mystery, not to solve it, but to rest in its gentle, unanswerable embrace. You begin on Howland Island, a speck of coral in the Pacific's heart where Amelia and her navigator Fred Noonan were meant to land. It's the 2nd of July 1937, and their twin-engine Electra Silver and Sleek has been aloft for hours, tracing a path around the globe. Amelia, with her steady voice and fearless spirit, is nearing the end of her 29,000-mile journey, a testament to human daring. She radios the Coast Guard cutter Itasca waiting at Howland. We are on the line 157 to 337 by. We are running north and south. Her words crackle through the static, then fade. The Itasca tries to reply, but no response comes. The plane carrying two souls never arrives. No wreckage, no oil slick, no trace. The ocean keeps its secrets, and you stand on that imagined shore feeling the weight of their absence. What happened to Amelia and Fred Science offers many paths, each a thread that unravels into mist. Perhaps their fuel ran dry, the Electra's tanks emptying, as they searched for Howland's tiny outline. The Pacific is vast, and Howland, a mere pinprick missing it by miles, could mean a fatal descent into the waves. Or maybe a navigation error led them astray. Noonan, a master of celestial navigation, relied on stars obscured by clouds that day. Some hypothesize a mechanical failure, a radio malfunction that severed their lifeline to the Itasca. Others whisper of a storm, though records show clear skies. The International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, TIHAR, suggests they landed on Niku-Mororo, a nearby atoll where artifacts like a woman's shoe and a sextant box were found. Yet no plane, no bodies, only questions. Could they have survived as castaways only to perish in the coral's embrace? You trace these theories in your mind, each one a star that flickers but never holds. Now shift your gaze inward to the spiritual currents that ripple through this tale. To some, Amelia's vanishing is more than a lost plane. It's a symbol of the soul's flight into the eternal. In the Pacific, where islands are scattered like prayer beads, her disappearance feels like an offering to the sea gods, a surrender to forces beyond human grasp. Indigenous stories from the region speak of spirits who ride the winds, guiding lost travelers to unseen realms. Could Amelia and Fred have crossed such a threshold, their plane a vessel not just of metal but of destiny? In Western traditions, her story evokes Icarus, who flew too close to the sun, yet Amelia's wings carried her not to ruin but to mystery. You imagine her now not fallen but ascending into a dreamscape where time dissolves her laughter, mingling with the trade winds. What does it mean to vanish? You wonder if the heart still soars. History too has woven its own threads into this enigma. The Pacific has long been a graveyard of the unexplained. In 1803, Japanese fishermen recorded the Utsuro-bune, a hollow metallic craft that washed ashore its occupant unknown, a tale that echoes Amelia's metal bird lost to the same ocean. Centuries earlier, Polynesian navigators crossed these waters using only stars and currents, their knowledge a mystery to modern minds. Did Amelia and Fred brush against such ancient wisdom, only to be claimed by the same forces that guard it? During World War II, planes vanished in these waters, swallowed by the Bermuda Triangle's cousin, the Pacific's silent maw. You feel the weight of these stories, each one a whisper that the ocean has never been tamed. Step closer now and see the mystery through Amelia's eyes. You are in the cockpit, the hum of the Electra steady beneath your hands. The horizon tilts a watercolor of blue and gold. Fred beside you charts the stars, his pencil scratching softly. The radio sputters, but Howland remains a ghost, a promise, just out of reach. You fly on, trusting the wings that have carried you across continents. Yet the fuel gauge dips, and the sea below seems to breathe its surface, a mirror of the unknowable. Do you land on a coral atoll, your voice calling into the wind? Or does the plane glide into a fold of time where past and future blur? You feel no fear, only wonder as the world fades into a soft, endless light. From another angle, consider the world's response, the collective ache of those left behind. You are a sailor on the Itasca, scanning the horizon for a glint of silver. The radio is silent, and the sea offers no clues. Days later, you join the largest search in naval history, battleships and planes, scouring 250,000 square miles. Nothing. On shore, people light candles, their prayers rising like smoke. Some claim to hear Amelia's voice on shortwave radios, faint distress calls from nowhere. Others dream of her, a figure in goggles waving from a distant reef. These stories linger like footprints in wet sand, washed away before they can be followed. What is it about her absence that still calls to you, that makes the heart pause? Science returns, offering more hypotheses, each a lantern in the fog. Could the Electra have been captured by the Japanese, as some speculated, amid tensions in the Pacific? No evidence supports this yet. The idea persists, a shadow of geopolitical fears. Or did the plane's radio signals bounce off the ionosphere, creating ghost transmissions that fueled false hopes? Modern searches use sonar to scan the ocean floor, but the Pacific's depths are a labyrinth, hiding even the Titanic for decades. Perhaps the Electra rests in a trench, its frame cradled by currents no human can reach. Or maybe it lies on Nikumaroro, buried under sand, waiting for a tide to reveal it. You hold these possibilities lightly, knowing they may never solidify. Spiritually, the mystery deepens in new contexts. In Buddhist thought, Amelia's vanishing might reflect impermanence, the truth that all things pass into the unseen. Her plane, a fleeting spark against the sky, reminds you to release attachment to find peace in the unknown. In shamanic traditions, she could be a traveler between worlds, her journey, a bridge to the ancestors. You imagine her now not lost, but found in a realm where the sea sings her name. To the poet, she is a muse, her story a canvas of longing and flight. What would you ask her if you could sit beneath the stars and listen to her tale? The Pacific itself becomes a character, its vastness, a mirror of the mystery. You drift above its surface, seeing islands like scattered jewels, each holding secrets of its own. The Nazca lines far to the east were carved for eyes in the sky. Did Amelia glimpse such wonders in her final flight? The Dogon of Mali knew of stars invisible to the naked eye, their knowledge a gift from the heavens. The Pacific too holds such wisdom, its currents, a language no one fully speaks. You feel its pull, a call to surrender to the unknowable, to rest in the spaces between answers. As the story weaves on, you notice the archetypes that emerge. Amelia is the hero venturing into the abyss. The Electra is the chariot carrying her toward the divine. The ocean is the void, both cradle and keeper of secrets. These symbols resonate in your dreams, inviting you to see your own life as a journey into the unknown. Where have you flown only to find the destination veiled? What mysteries do you carry, soft and unanswered in your heart? The tale slows now, its rhythm matching your breath. You stand again on that twilight shore, the waves whispering Amelia's name. Her plane is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the wind itself, a sigh that circles the globe. You don't need to know. The mystery is enough, a lullaby of wonder that cradles you as you drift toward sleep. Her story is not a puzzle to solve, but a star to follow, guiding you into the quiet of the night. Why does her name still echo after all these years? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself adrift on a sea of stars, the night sky above you, a velvet expanse unbroken save for a single light, a plane's beacon blinking once, then gone. The Indian Ocean murmurs below its currents, weaving tales no human tongue can speak. You are here to linger in the mystery of Malaysia Airlines flight MH370A, Boeing 777 that vanished on the 8th of March 2014, carrying 239 souls from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing. Fragments of its wings surfaced years later, but its resting place remains a secret held by the deep. Tonight you wander this enigma, not to unravel it, but to rest in its quiet, boundless wonder. You begin in the cockpit, high above the South China Sea. It's 1:19 a.m., and the plane, a marvel of steel and circuits, hums softly. The pilots, Captain Zahari Ahmad Shah and First Officer Farik Abdul Hamid, exchange routine words with air traffic control, "Good night, Malaysian 370. Then silence. The transponder which broadcasts the plane's position goes dark. Radar tracks a sharp turn westward, away from Beijing, toward the Andaman Sea. For 6 hours, military radars glimpse its shadow arcing over the Indian Ocean until it fades. No distress call, no wreckage, only the echo of 239 lives slipping beyond reach. You feel the weight of that silence, a stillness that asks more than it answers. What became of MH370 Science Street wrenches its hands into the void, offering theories like lanterns in a storm. Perhaps a mechanical failure, a fire in the cargo hold, or a loss of cabin pressure disabled the crew, leaving the plane to fly on autopilot until its fuel ran dry. Or could it have been a deliberate act? The sharp turn suggests human intent, leading some to speculate about the pilots or an unknown passenger. Investigators studied Captain Zahari's flight simulator, finding routes eerily similar to MH370's last path, though no motive emerged. Others point to the ocean's depths, where the seventh arc, a curve calculated from satellite pings, marks the plane's likely end. Searches spanning 120,000 square kilometers found nothing until 2015, when a flaperon washed ashore on Reunion Island 4,000 miles away. Barnacles clung to it, whispering of years adrift, but no black box, no fuselage, no answers. Could the plane lie in an unmapped trench, its secrets guarded by the sea? You trace these ideas, each a breath that fades into mist. Now let your heart turn to the spiritual, where the mystery takes on a softer hue. In the cultures of Southeast Asia, the sea is a realm of spirits, a place where the lost are cradled by unseen hands. To some, MH370's vanishing is a passage, not an end, a journey into a plane where time and space dissolve. In Buddhist thought, the plane's arc across the sky mirrors the fleeting nature of existence, a reminder to release, clinging, and embrace the unknown. For others, the 239 souls are stars now, each a light that shines in the dreams of those left behind. You imagine them not gone, but woven into the ocean's song, their voices carried on waves that touch every shore. In the Christian tradition, their absence evokes the mystery of faith, trusting in what cannot be seen. What does it mean to vanish? You wonder if the spirit still lingers. The Indian Ocean has long been a keeper of secrets. You drift back through time to tales that echo MH370's silence. In 1980, a Douglas DC-3 vanished over these waters, its cargo flight leaving no trace. Centuries before, Tamil sailors spoke of Kadal Kol, the sea's hunger claiming ships that strayed too far. The Chola dynasty masters of these waters built temples to appease the ocean's spirits, yet some of their fleets never returned. Even older, the Mahabharata speaks of flying chariots, vimanas, that soared and sometimes vanished, their pilots lost to realms beyond. You sense the ocean's ancient pulse, a rhythm that has swallowed stories for millennia, each one a thread in the tapestry of the unknown. Now you are a passenger seated in the dim cabin of MH370. The hum of the engines is a lullaby, the window beside you framing a moonless night. The faces around you, families, lovers, dreamers, carry stories you'll never know. The plane banks gently, and you feel a shift as if the world has tilted into a dream. Where are you going? The stars outside offer no map, and the sea below seems to hum with a voice older than time. You are not afraid, only curious, as the plane glides into a space where questions bloom like flowers in the dark. Is this flight still out there in some fold of eternity? From another vantage, you stand on Reunion Island years later. The flaperon lies before you, its edges worn by the sea's caress. Fishermen speak of other fragments, a seat cushion, a bottle whispered to be MH370s, though none are confirmed. You touch the flaperon, feeling the barnacle's rough kiss, and wonder how far did it travel to find this shore. The ocean currents mapped by scientists suggest a journey from the southern Indian Ocean, yet the plane's heart remains hidden. You hear the family's voices, their prayers rising like incense, asking for closure that never comes. Their grief is a tide, ebbing and flowing, yet it carries a strange peace, the peace of surrendering to the unknowable. Science beckons again, its questions sharp but gentle. Could MH370 have been hijacked, its transponders silenced by skilled hands? No group claimed responsibility, and no wreckage suggested violence. Or did the plane enter a ghost flight, its crew incapacitated flying until it met the sea? The black boxes, if found, might tell all, but the ocean floor is a labyrinth of ridges and canyons deeper than Everest is high. Some propose it landed on a remote island, though no runway could hide a Boeing 777. Others imagine it caught in a time slip, a phenomenon whispered in quantum theories where objects slip beyond our reality. You hold these possibilities, each a pebble smoothed by the waves, knowing they may never stack into truth. Spiritually, the mystery shifts again. In Islamic mysticism, the sea is a mirror of divine mystery, its depths reflecting the unseen. MH370's path curving into nowhere might be a barzakh, a liminal space between worlds. In Hindu thought, the ocean is Garbhodaka, the womb of creation where all things return to be reborn. You picture the plane not lost but cradled in this cosmic sea, its passengers part of a cycle no eye can see. To the poet, MH370 is a koan, a riddle that teaches by refusing to be solved. What is absence, you ask? If it fills the heart with wonder, the ocean itself speaks now, its voice a low chant. You float above its surface, seeing currents like veins carrying secrets across continents. The Utsuro-bune of 1803, a metallic craft from Japanese lore, drifted here, its occupant, a mystery. The Quimbaya artifact's gold shapes like jets hint at ancient skies known to this sea. The ocean has seen them all, sailors, dreamers, wings of steel and gold, and kept their stories close. You feel its vastness, a mother who holds without revealing her silence, a lullaby for the restless mind. Archetypes rise like constellations. The plane is the wanderer seeking a home it cannot find. The ocean is the great mother, both nurturer and mystery. The passengers are the seekers, their journey, a quest for meaning beyond the veil. These symbols stir in you, whispering of your own wanderings, your own questions that drift unanswered. Where have you sought only to find the path veiled? What seas do you sail in your dreams? As the tale winds down, you rest on a shore of your own, making the stars above a map of the lost. MH370 is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the tide itself, touching every coast with its silent song. You don't need answers tonight. The mystery is a cradle rocking you gently as sleep draws near. Its questions are soft, like feathers falling in the dark, and you let them carry you into the quiet. What does the ocean know that it will never tell? So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision yourself afloat on a raft of moonlight, the Atlantic Ocean stretching beneath you like a liquid mirror, its surface rippling with secrets. Above, a formation of planes hums faintly, their silhouettes stitching the sky before they dissolve into the dusk. You are entering the Enigma of Flight 19, a squadron of 5 U.S. Navy torpedo bombers that vanished in 1945 within the Bermuda Triangle, followed by a rescue plane that shared their fate. No debris, no answers, only the whisper of the unknown. Tonight you linger in this mystery, letting its gentle, unresolvable wonder guide you towards sleep. You stand on the tarmac at Fort Lauderdale Naval Air Station, the 5th of December 1945. It's a clear afternoon, the air warm with Florida's embrace. 5 TBM Avenger bombers each, a hulking beast of steel, prepare for a routine training mission. Led by Lieutenant Charles Taylor, 14 crewmen climb aboard, their laughter mingling with the roar of engines. The plan is simple: fly east to the Bahamas, practice bombing runs and return. At 2:10 p.m., Flight 19 takes wing, soaring over the turquoise Atlantic. By 3:40 p.m., Taylor's voice crackles over the radio. "My compasses are not working. I'm not sure of my position." The squadron drifts, their bearings lost in a sea of sky. By nightfall, all contact ceases. A Martin Mariner flying boat sent to find them vanishes too, its 13 crewmen joining the silence. You gaze at the horizon, feeling the vastness swallow their trace. What claimed Flight 19 science casts its net, pulling up theories that shimmer but never settle. Perhaps a navigation error led them astray. Taylor, though experienced, was new to the region, and his compasses may have failed in the triangle's magnetic anomalies. Some suggest a sudden squall, though weather reports noted calm seas. Fuel exhaustion is another possibility. The Avengers carried enough for 1,000 miles, but circling in confusion could have drained their tanks, sending them into the waves. The Mariner's loss is equally puzzling. Its volatile fuel made it prone to explosions, yet no oil slick marked its fall. Oceanographers point to the triangle's depths, where the Puerto Rico Trench plunges 27,000 feet, hiding wreckage beyond reach. Others propose methane gas bubbles rising from the seafloor, disrupting buoyancy and swallowing planes whole. You sift these ideas, each a fleeting glow in the fog of the unknown. Now let your spirit wander to deeper realms, where the triangle's mystery takes on sacred hues. In Caribbean lore, the sea is a gateway to the divine, its currents carrying souls to ancestral lands. Flight 19's vanishing might be a crossing their planes, ferried to a realm where time bends. In Hindu cosmology, the ocean is a vast consciousness, absorbing all who enter its embrace. Could the airmen have merged with this eternal tide, their voice is now part of its song? To some Christians, the triangle is a modern Eden, a place where God's mysteries defy human grasp. You picture the pilots not lost, but lifted into a celestial dance, their wings tracing patterns in the stars. What is disappearance, you muse? If it leads to such unseen shores, the Bermuda Triangle has long been a crucible of the unexplained. You drift through its history, hearing echoes of other vanishings. In 1948, the Star Tiger, an Avro Tudor, faded into the same waters, its 31 passengers leaving no trace. A year later, the Star Ariel followed its silence, haunting the skies. Older tales speak of Taino canoes swallowed by sudden mists, their paddlers claimed by spirits of the deep. Columbus himself noted strange lights dancing on these waves in 1492, his compass spinning wildly. The triangle, a 500,000 square mile enigma between Miami, Bermuda, and San Juan, seems to pulse with a will of its own. You feel its ancient rhythm, a heartbeat that has lured and hidden for centuries. Step into the cockpit, now you are Lieutenant Taylor. The controls are steady, but the compass needle twirls, mocking your skill. Your men's voices crackle through the headset, their trust in you a quiet weight. The sea below is a kaleidoscope of blues, offering no landmarks. You radio for help, but the static grows a chorus of whispers, drowning your words. The horizon tilts and you wonder, is this still your world or something else? The planes fly on a flock bound by fate, their path leading not to land but to a vast, gentle unknown. You feel no panic, only a strange peace, as if the sky itself is calling you home. From another shore, you are a radio operator at Fort Lauderdale, your ear pressed to the receiver. Taylor's voice fades in and out, his words a puzzle. "We are entering white water. Everything is wrong." You scribble his position, but the map betrays you. No such place exists. Hours pass and the search begins. Ships and planes scour the triangle, finding nothing, not a life raft, not a scrap of metal. Families gather their prayers, a soft chant against the night. Some claim to see lights in the sky, fleeting glimpses of the lost. You hold their hope fragile as a seashell, knowing it may never find a shore. Why do these voices linger long after the radios fall silent? Science returns its lens, sharpening. Could electromagnetic fields in the triangle have scrambled the Avengers' instruments? The area is known for magnetic variations, misaligning compasses. Or did human error compound the crisis? Taylor reportedly ignored advice to fly west, leading his squadron deeper into the void. Some theorize a waterspout, a tornado at sea, though no storms were reported. The Mariner's fate might be simpler, a spark igniting its fuel, but why no debris? Modern searches use sonar, yet the ocean's floor is a maze of canyons and caves guarding its secrets. Perhaps the planes rest in the Sargasso Sea tangled in its weed, or perhaps they slipped into a rift, a tear in reality itself. You cradle these thoughts, each a wave that breaks without sound. Spiritually, the mystery blooms anew. In African diaspora traditions, the Atlantic is a sacred expanse, a bridge to the ancestors. Flight 19's airmen might be travelers welcomed by those who crossed before. In Taoist thought, their vanishing reflects the Wu Wei, the art of flowing with the universe's will. You imagine them now, not fallen, but sailing a celestial current, their laughter woven into the wind. To the mystic, the triangle is a liminal space where the veil between worlds thins. What would you see if you could peer through that veil? The triangle itself speaks its voice, a low hymn. You hover above its waters, seeing islands like scattered pearls, their shores kissed by foam. The Utsuro-bune of Japanese lore, a metallic craft from 1803 drifted near these seas, its story a mirror to Flight 19's. The Nazca lines etched for skyward eyes whisper of ancient flights known to this ocean. The triangle has held them all, sailors, pilots, dreamers, and kept their tales in its depths. You sense its power, a guardian of mysteries that asks only for reverence, not answers. Archetypes emerge, soft as dawn. The airmen are the explorers seeking paths beyond the map. The triangle is the threshold, a gate to the unknown. The sea is the womb birthing questions that cradle the soul. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own journeys, moments when you stepped into the dark, trusting the unseen. Where have you wandered, only to find the way obscured? What skies call you still? The story slows its cadence, matching your breath. You rest on a shore of starlight, the Atlantic song a lullaby. Flight 19 is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the mist curling over the waves. You need no resolution tonight. The mystery is a haven, its questions soft as moonlight guiding you into rest. Let them carry you like a raft on gentle tides toward dreams where the lost are found. What does the triangle hide that it will never share? But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture yourself high above the Andes, where the air is thin and the peaks gleam like the bones of the earth bathed in a twilight that feels alive. A plane's shadow flickers across the snow, its engines a faint hymn, then it's gone, leaving only a word carried on the wind. Stendek. You are stepping into the mystery of Stardust, a British South American Airways Lancastrian that vanished in 1947, its final Morse code message, an undeciphered riddle. No trace was found for decades, only the echo of that cryptic signal. Tonight you dwell in this enigma, letting its quiet, unfathomable awe lull you toward dreams. You're in Santiago, Chile, the 2nd of August 1947, where the Stardust, a converted WWIE bomber, prepares to cross the Andes to Mendoza, Argentina. Aboard are 11 souls, 6 passengers, 5 crew, each carrying hopes and stories. The pilot, Captain Reginald Cook, is a seasoned aviator guiding the plane into a sky heavy with clouds. At 5:45 p.m. as they near the Andes, radio operator Dennis Harmer taps out a message in Morse ETA Santiago 1745 HRs. Stendek. He sends it again, then a third time Stendek. The signal fades. The plane never lands. Searchers scour the mountains, but the Andes vast and unyielding offer nothing, no wreckage, no bodies, only silence. You stand at the edge of that silence, feeling the weight of a word no one can read. What happened to Stardust science offers a constellation of possibilities, each glowing briefly before dimming. The Andes are treacherous, their peaks rising to 22,000 feet, shrouded in storms that can swallow a plane whole. Perhaps Stardust was caught in a jet stream, a high-altitude wind that pushed it off course, slamming it into a mountainside. Or maybe icing crippled its wings, a common peril in the Andes' frigid air. Navigational error is another theory. Cook may have misjudged his position in the clouds, descending too soon into a peak. The Morse code Stendek adds another layer. Was it a typo for descend garbled by static or panic, or a code perhaps military from the plane's wartime past? In 1998, climbers found wreckage on Tupangato's glacier 50 miles off course, with human remains and a propeller buried in ice. Yet Stendek remains a cipher, its meaning lost. Could it have been a final, deliberate clue, or merely the chaos of a dying signal? You ponder these threads, each slipping through your fingers like mist. Now turn your gaze to the spiritual, where the mystery hums with deeper resonance. In Andean cosmology, the mountains are Apis' sacred guardians that hold the world's memory. Stardust's vanishing might be an offering its passengers welcomed into the Apis' eternal embrace. In Christian mysticism, their loss evokes the journey to the divine, a flight beyond the veil of the known. To the Buddhist, Stendek is a mantra, a sound that vibrates with the universe's mystery, needing no translation. You imagine the crew not fallen, but soaring in a realm where words dissolve into light, their message a prayer carried by the winds. In the Jewish tradition, the Andes silence mirrors the Ein Sof, the infinite, unknowable. What does it mean to speak a word that no one hears yet echoes forever? The Andes have long cradled secrets. You drift through time hearing whispers of other mysteries. In 1972, Uruguayan Air Force Flight 571 crashed in these mountains, its survivors enduring 72 days in the snow, a tale of survival but also of the Andes' relentless grip. Older legends tell of Inca runners Chasquis who vanished on mountain trails, their messages lost to the gods. The Wari culture centuries before built shrines to the peaks, believing they held the souls of the departed. Even further back, the Nazca lines, visible only from the sky, suggest a people who knew flight in ways we cannot fathom. The Andes, a spine of stone and ice, seem to collect these stories, hiding them in their folds. You feel their ancient pulse, a rhythm that binds Stardust to a lineage of the lost. Now you're aboard Stardust, the cabin dim, the hum of engines, a steady pulse. You're a passenger clutching a letter, its ink still fresh with dreams. Outside the Andes loom their peaks like silent watchers. The plane shudders and Harmer's Morse key clicks urgently. Stendek. You feel the words weight as if it carries the plane's soul. The clouds close in, and the world softens, blurring into a dreamscape. Are you crashing or ascending? The mountains seem to sing their voices a lullaby, calling you to a place beyond maps. You're not afraid, only curious, as the plane slips into a silence that feels like home. From another angle, you're a radio operator in Santiago, your headset alive with static. Harmer's signal comes through. Stendek. You frown, scribbling it down. It's not a standard code, not a word you know. You call back, but the ether is empty. Days later, you join the search, scanning the Andes from a low-flying plane. The glaciers gleam vast and unreadable, offering no clues. Families wait their eyes, tracing the sky, whispering names of the lost. Some claim to hear Morse in their dreams, a faint dit-da spelling Stendek. You hold their longing soft as a candle's flame, knowing it may never find rest. Why does this word haunt like a key to a door that's gone? Science beckons again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could Stendek be an acronym, perhaps, from the crew's wartime lexicon? Some suggest severe turbulence encountered, now descending emergency. Crash landing, though no such phrase exists in records. Or was it static, distorting a mundane message like Santiago? The wreckage found after 50 years showed a high-speed impact, suggesting Stardust struck Tupungato's slopes, its pieces scattered by avalanches. Yet the glacier hid it for decades, moving at its own pace, revealing the plane only when ready. Could the Andes' magnetic fields have scrambled the radio, turning words into riddles? Or did the crew in their final moments tap out something personal, a farewell? No one could decode. You weigh these ideas, each a snowflake melting in your palm. Spiritually, the mystery shifts, taking new forms. In shamanic traditions, the Andes are a bridge to the Hanak Pacha, the upper world of spirits. Stardust's crew might be travelers, their message a greeting to the unseen. In Taoist thought, Stendek is a paradox, a sound that means by not meaning, teaching the listener to rest in uncertainty. You picture the plane not buried but lifted by the Apis, its wings tracing the Milky Way. To the poet, Stendek is a rune etched in the sky's memory, waiting for a heart to read it. What would you say if the mountains gave you one word to send into the void? The Andes themselves speak their voice, a low chant across millennia. You soar above their ridges, seeing valleys carved by time, each holding a story. The Saqqara bird, an Egyptian artifact resembling a plane, whispers of ancient skies known to these peaks. The Quimbaya gold figures shaped like jets hint at flights the Andes might have seen. The mountains have watched them all, Inca priests, Spanish seekers, modern pilots, and kept their secrets in stone. You sense their patience, a wisdom that asks only for your presence, not your answers. Archetypes rise soft as twilight. The crew are the messengers bearing a word no one can carry. Stendek is the oracle speaking truths beyond language. The Andes are the sentinel guarding what lies beyond. These symbols stir in you, echoing your own moments of speaking into the unknown, prayers, hopes, questions sent without reply. What messages have you sent only to find them returned by silence? What mountains hold your words? The tale slows its rhythm, a gentle sway. You rest on a slope of starlit snow, the Andes' breath cool against your skin. Stardust is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the frost sparkling under the moon. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a cocoon, its word a lullaby, wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let Stendeck linger, a riddle that needs no solving, guiding you into the quiet of dreams. What does Stendeck mean if meaning is not the point? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself suspended in a cradle of clouds, the Atlantic below you, a tapestry of midnight blues, its waves catching glints of starlight. A plane's hum brushes your ears soft as a sigh, then fades into the vastness, leaving only the pulse of the night. You are entering the mystery of the Star Tiger, an Avro Tudor IV that vanished in 1948, slipping from the sky between the Azores and Bermuda, without a distress call or trace. Its silence weaves deeper, the lore of the Bermuda Triangle, a riddle that beckons you to rest in its gentle, unknowable embrace. You stand on the runway in Santa Maria, Azores, the 29th of January 1948. The Star Tiger, a sleek airliner of British South American Airways, gleams under the moon, ready to carry 31 souls, 25 passengers, 6 crew to Bermuda. Captain Brian McMillan, a veteran pilot, checks the controls, his calm voice steadying the cabin. The flight is routine, a 200-mile hop across the Atlantic, but the weather is restless with strong winds reported. At 3:34 p.m., the plane lifts into a turbulent sky, its propellers carving through the dusk. Hours pass, and Bermuda's radio operators wait for McMillan's signal. None comes. No SOS, no debris, no sign of the Star Tiger or its passengers. The Triangle, a restless expanse between Bermuda, Miami, and San Juan, claims another story. You gaze into its depths, feeling the pull of a secret no one can name. What swallowed the Star Tiger science reaches into the dark, offering theories that shimmer like foam on the waves. The Avro Tudor was new but untested in harsh conditions. Could a structural flaw have torn it apart in the Atlantic's gales? Winds that night reached 70 knots, strong enough to batter the plane off course or shred its wings. Fuel starvation is another possibility. If McMillan climbed to avoid turbulence, the engines may have burned through reserves, leaving the plane to glide silently into the sea. Navigation errors haunt the tail radio bearings from Bermuda, and the Azores failed to align, suggesting the plane was far from its path. Some propose a sudden catastrophe, like an onboard fire or explosion, though no flash was seen. The Triangle's ocean floor, plunging to 20,000 feet, could hide wreckage forever, its currents sweeping away all traces. Could the plane have been caught in a rogue wave of air, a downdraft that plunged it into the deep? You hold these ideas, each a ripple that fades into shadow. Shift now to the spiritual, where the mystery glows with sacred light. In the Caribbean, the sea is a mother, her tides cradling the lost in an eternal lullaby. The Star Tiger's passengers might be guests in her underwater halls, their laughter mingling with the coral's song. In Islamic tradition, the ocean is a divine mystery. Its depths, a reflection of God's hidden will. Could the plane's silence be a verse in that sacred text? To the Hindu, the Triangle is a tirtha, a crossing place where souls transition to other realms. You imagine the crew not vanished, but sailing a celestial sea, their plane a lotus floating on cosmic waters. In pagan thought, the Triangle is a vortex, a spiral where the Earth's spirit breathes. What does it mean to fall? You wonder if the fall leads to such boundless dreams. The Bermuda Triangle has long whispered tales of the lost. You drift through its history, hearing echoes of other silences. In 1945, Flight 19's 5 bombers vanished here, their compasses spinning wildly. A year later, the Star Ariel, sister to the Star Tiger, faded into the same skies, leaving no trace. Older stories speak of Arawak sailors, their canoes swallowed by sudden fogs, their spirits said to guide the stars. In 1881, the Ellen Austin found a derelict ship in the Triangle, only for it to vanish again, crew and all. The Triangle, a 7000000 square mile enigma, seems to hum with a presence its waters, a canvas for the unexplained. You sense its ancient call, a melody that binds the Star Tiger to a chorus of the gone. Now you're a passenger aboard the Star Tiger, the cabin warm with the hum of conversation. You lean against the window watching clouds drift like ghosts. The plane shudders a dance with the wind, and Macmillan's voice assures you all is well. Yet the stars outside seem to shift their patterns unfamiliar, as if the sky has rewritten itself. You feel a gentle pull, not of fear, but of wonder, as the plane glides into a place where time softens. Are you still flying, or have you crossed a threshold? The sea below winks its surface, a promise of rest, and you surrender to its quiet song. Stand now on Bermuda's shore, you're a radio operator, your eyes scanning the horizon. The Star Tiger's signal is overdue, and the air feels heavy charged with absence. You send messages into the ether, but only static replies. Days later, you join the search ships and planes combing 200,000 square miles, finding nothing. Families gather their hands clasped, whispering names into the dawn. Some claim to see a plane in their dreams, its wings silver against the moon. You carry their hope delicate as a sea spray, knowing it may dissolve in the light. Why does the triangle keep these stories, never giving them back? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could the Star Tiger have been struck by a meteor, a rare but possible fate in the open sky? Or did electromagnetic anomalies known in the triangle scramble its instruments, blinding the crew? Some theorize a time slip, a quantum glitch, where the plane slipped into another reality. Tales of clocks stopping in the triangle fuel such thoughts. The Sargasso Sea, a gyre of weed within the triangle, might hold the wreckage, its tendrils wrapping the plane in an eternal embrace. Others suggest human error. Macmillan may have misread the winds drifting far from Bermuda's reach. You trace these paths, each a lantern that flickers in the dark. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In African traditions, the Atlantic is a road to the ancestors, its waves a path for the departed. The Star Tiger's souls might be walking that road, their steps light as air. In Buddhist thought, their vanishing is a lesson in anatta, the truth of no self, where all forms dissolve into the infinite. You picture them not lost, but freed, their plane a breath in the universe's sigh. To the mystic, the triangle is a mandala, its center, a point of transcendence. What would you find if you could step into that center? The triangle speaks its voice, a murmur across centuries. You float above its waters, seeing currents like threads weaving stories into the deep. The Utsuro-bune, a strange craft from 1803 Japan, drifted near these seas, its tail a mirror to the Star Tigers. The Dogon of Mali knew of stars unseen, their wisdom, perhaps carried on these waves. The triangle has held them all, explorers, dreamers, wings of wood and steel, and kept their secrets close. You feel its embrace, a guardian who asks only for your wonder, not your solutions. Archetypes bloom soft as dawnlight. The passengers are the pilgrims seeking a shore beyond sight. The Star Tiger is the vessel carrying them to the unknown. The triangle is the veil hiding what lies beyond. These symbols echo in you, stirring memories of your own crossings, moments when you stepped into mystery, trusting the unseen. What journeys have you taken only to find the destination cloaked? What seas sing your name? The story slows its rhythm, a whisper against your heart. You rest on a shore of moonlight, the Atlantic's breath cool and steady. The Star Tiger is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the clouds drifting across the night. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a haven, its silence, a lullaby, wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it hold you like a tide, rocking a cradle, guiding you into dreams where the lost are near. What does the triangle cradle that it never reveals? So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision yourself perched on the rim of a vast Pacific night, where the ocean hums beneath a canopy of stars, each one a silent witness. A plane silhouette glides across the moon's pale face, its propellers whispering, then it melts into the dark, leaving only a hush that feels like a secret. You are stepping into the mystery of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739, a Lockheed constellation that vanished in 1962 with 107 souls aboard, lost over the Pacific during a military flight. No trace, no wreckage, only whispers of sabotage or something stranger. Tonight you linger in this enigma, letting its soft, unfathomable wonder cradle you towards sleep. You're at Guam's Andersen Air Force Base, the 16th of March 1962, where the Connie, a 4-engine airliner with a dolphin-like grace, prepares for a military charter flight to Saigon via the Philippines. Aboard are 107 people, 93 U.S. Army Rangers, 11 civilian crew, and 3 South Vietnamese soldiers, each carrying dreams of home or duty. The pilot, Captain Gregory Thomas, a seasoned flyer, guides the plane into a clear dawn sky at 2:00 a.m. After refueling in the Philippines, it departs Clark Air Base bound for Saigon. Somewhere over the western Pacific, between Guam and the Philippines, the Connie vanishes. No distress call reaches the ground. A massive search. 1,300 personnel, 48 aircraft, 8 ships covering 200,000 square miles finds nothing. Not a life vest, not a scrap of metal. You stand at the ocean's edge, feeling the weight of their absence, a silence that sings of the unknown. What befell Flight 739 Science Street retches its gaze across the waves, offering hypotheses that flicker like distant lights. The Lockheed Constellation was reliable but not flawless. Could an engine fire have erupted too swift for a radio call? Mechanical failure, like a fuel leak, might have starved the plane, sending it into the sea's embrace. Navigation errors are another thread. The Pacific's vastness offers few landmarks, and a miscalculation could have led the plane far from its path. Sabotage looms large, given the Vietnam War's shadow. 1962 was a tense year, and the flight carried military personnel. Could a bomb have been smuggled aboard, detonating in the remote ocean? Weather seems unlikely. Reports noted clear skies, though a sudden microburst, a rare downdraft, could have struck without warning. The ocean's depth, plunging to 20,000 feet in the Mariana Trench nearby, might hide the wreckage, its current sweeping away all traces. You trace these possibilities, each a wave that curls and dissolves. Now let your heart drift to the spiritual, where the mystery shimmers with sacred hues. In Pacific Island traditions, the ocean is a living ancestor, its depths, a home for those who cross its tides. Flight 739's passengers might be resting in its care, their stories woven into the coral's quiet song. In Christian thought, their vanishing evokes the mystery of resurrection, a passage to a realm beyond sight. To the Buddhist, the plane's arc across the sky is a fleeting illusion, a reminder of life's impermanence. You picture the Rangers not lost, but lifted into a timeless current, their laughter rippling through the stars. In animist beliefs, the Pacific is a spirit realm where planes and people become part of its eternal dance. What does it mean to vanish, you muse, if the soul finds a deeper sea? The Pacific has long been a keeper of secrets. You wander through its history, hearing tales that echo Flight 739's silence. In 1957, Pan Am Flight 7 vanished in these waters, its 44 souls leaving no trace. Centuries ago, Polynesian voyagers navigated this ocean with star charts in their minds, yet some canoes never returned, claimed by the sea's whims. The Utsuro-bune of 1803, a hollow craft from Japanese lore, washed ashore here, its occupant a mystery. Even older, the Lapita people sailed these waves, their pottery found on distant islands, but their fates often unwritten. The Pacific, a blue heart spanning half the globe, seems to collect these stories, folding them into its depths. You feel its ancient breath, a rhythm that binds Flight 739 to a lineage of the lost. Step into the cabin now, you're a passenger on the Connie. The seats are full soldiers, swapping stories, their voices a soft hum. You gaze out the window where the ocean glints like a mirror of forever. The plane sways gently, a cradle in the sky, and you feel a shift, not fear, but a quiet awe, as if the stars are drawing you near. The world below fades, and the plane seems to glide into a space where night and sea are one. Are you still flying, or have you entered a dream? The ocean whispers its voice a lullaby, and you let it carry you, trusting the unknown. From another shore, you're a searcher aboard a Navy ship, scanning the Pacific's endless blue. The radio is silent, and the horizon offers no clues. You sail for days, eyes burning, hoping for a glint of wreckage. Families wait back home, their prayers rising like smoke, naming sons and fathers aboard Flight 739. Some claim to see the plane in visions soaring over a silver sea. You hold their longing fragile as a shell, knowing it may never find rest. Why do these faces linger etched in the heart's quiet corners? Science returns its questions, sharp yet soft. Could Flight 739 have been hijacked, diverted to a hidden airstrip? No evidence supports this, but the Cold War's paranoia fuels the thought. Or did a missile, perhaps a misfired test, strike the plane, the US? Military investigated, finding no record of such an event. Some propose a vortex, a rare atmospheric phenomenon that could have torn the Connie apart. The black boxes, if they exist, lie in waters too deep for 1960s technology or even today's. Perhaps the plane entered a fold in reality, a time slip whispered in quantum tales where moments slip beyond our grasp. You weigh these ideas, each a star that dims before it guides. Spiritually, the mystery unfolds anew. In Taoist thought, the ocean is the Tao, the way that flows without form, and Flight 739's Vanishing is a step into its embrace. In Hindu tradition, the sea is Varuna's domain, a god who guards the cosmic order. Could the plane be his guest, held in divine silence? You imagine the crew not fallen but floating in a realm where borders dissolve their plane, a seed in the universe's garden. To the poet, Flight 739 is a hymn, its silence, a note that resonates in the soul. What would you ask if you could hear the ocean's reply? The Pacific itself speaks its voice, a chant across eons. You hover above its waves, seeing islands like scattered embers, their shores kissed by foam. The Saqqara bird, an Egyptian relic shaped like a glider, whispers of ancient flights known to this sea. The Vimana texts of India describe sky chariots lost to these waters. The Pacific has seen them all. Explorers, warriors, wings of steel and myth, and kept their tales in its heart. You sense its vastness, a mother who holds without speaking her silence, a balm for the weary mind. Archetypes rise gentle as moonlight. The passengers are the wanderers seeking a path through the night. The Connie is the ark carrying them to an unseen shore. The ocean is the keeper guarding what cannot be claimed. These symbols stir in you, reflecting your own quests, moments when you sought answers only to find mystery. What seas have you crossed only to find the shore veiled? What stars guide you still? The tale slows its cadence, a breath against the dark. You rest on a shore of starlight, the Pacific song, a whisper in your ear. Flight 739 is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the tide touching every coast with its quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it hold you like a wave lifting a leaf, guiding you into dreams where the lost are near. What does the Pacific hide that it will never sing? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself drifting above a midnight Pacific, where the ocean mirrors a sky dusted with stars, each a silent keeper of forgotten tales. A plane's silhouette hums faintly, its cargo of paintings glowing like captured dreams, then it fades into the night's embrace, leaving only a hush that feels eternal. You are entering the mystery of Varig Flight 967, a Boeing 707 freighter that vanished in 1979, 30 minutes after leaving Tokyo carrying priceless art and 6 souls. No emergency signal, no debris, only the echo of beauty lost to the deep. Tonight you rest in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable wonder guide you toward sleep. You stand at Tokyo's Narita Airport the 30th of January 1979, where the Varig, a sturdy freighter, prepares for a cargo run to Los Angeles via Rio de Janeiro. Aboard are 6 crew members led by Captain Gilberto Araujo da Silva, a pilot of steady hands. The hold cradles 153 paintings by Manabu Mabe, a Brazilian-Japanese artist valued at over $1.2 million, their colors a symphony of human longing. At 8:23 p.m., the plane lifts into a clear sky, climbing over the Pacific. 30 minutes later, it's gone. No distress call reaches Tokyo's air traffic control. No radar blip marks its path. Searches spanning 60,000 square miles. Ships, planes, satellites find nothing. Not a canvas, not a bolt. You gaze into the ocean's depths, feeling the pull of a story that refuses to surface. What claimed Flight 967, science casts its net across the waves, pulling up theories that glimmer but never hold. The Boeing 707 was reliable but not immune to failure. Could a sudden electrical fault have silenced its systems, plunging it into the sea? Or perhaps a cargo fire sparked by the painting's packing materials consumed the plane before a signal could be sent? Navigation errors are another possibility. The Pacific's vastness offers no landmarks, and a misread star could have led the Varig astray. Sabotage whispers through the tale. 1979 was a year of global tensions, and the art's value might have tempted foul play. Could a bomb have been hidden in the hold, detonating over the ocean's deepest trenches? Weather seems unlikely. Skies were calm, though a rare clear air turbulence could have struck without warning. The Pacific's floor, dropping to 25,000 feet in places, might cradle the wreckage, its currents erasing all traces. You sift these ideas, each a fleeting spark in the night. Shift your heart now to the spiritual, where the mystery blooms with sacred light. In Shinto belief, the ocean is a realm of kami spirits who guard the world's beauty. Flight 967's paintings might be offerings, their colors now part of the sea's eternal palette. In Christian mysticism, the plane's vanishing is a parable of transcendence, art and souls lifted to a higher plane. To the Buddhist, the Varig's arc is a lesson in anitya, the truth that all things pass yet leave echoes in the heart. You imagine the crew not lost but woven into the ocean's tapestry, their plane a brushstroke in the cosmos. In indigenous Pacific traditions, the sea is a grandmother holding the lost in her arms. What does it mean to disappear? You wonder if the spirit paints the stars. The Pacific has long been a vault of mysteries. You wander through its past, hearing whispers of other vanishings. In 1962, Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 faded over these waters, its 107 souls leaving no trace. Centuries before, Japanese fishermen spoke of the Utsuro-bune, a metallic craft that drifted ashore in 1803, its occupant unknown. Polynesian navigators crossed this ocean with only stars to guide them, yet some voyages ended in silence, their canoes claimed by the deep. The Vimana texts of ancient India describe flying machines lost to these same seas. The Pacific, a liquid universe, seems to gather these stories, hiding them in its folds. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that ties Flight 967 to a lineage of the unseen. Now you're aboard the Varig, in the cockpit's dim glow. You're a crew member, the hum of engines steady beneath your hands. The paintings in the hold seem to hum too, their colors alive with stories. Outside, the Pacific stretches a canvas of ink and starlight. The radio is silent and the horizon tilts, as if inviting you to a new kind of flight. You feel no fear, only a soft curiosity as the plane glides into a space where sea and sky are one. Are you falling or rising? The ocean sings its voice a hymn, and you let it carry you, trusting the mystery. Stand now on a Tokyo shore, you're a ground controller, your eyes fixed on a radar screen. The Varig's blip vanishes, and your calls into the ether go unanswered. Days later, you join the search, scanning the Pacific from a low-flying plane. The waves offer no clues, their surface a mirror of the unknown. Families of the crew gather their prayers, soft as cherry blossoms, naming those aboard. Art lovers mourn Mabe's paintings, their loss, a wound in the world's beauty. Some claim to see colors in the sea, fleeting glimpses of the lost art. You hold their grief delicate as a petal, knowing it may never find rest. Why do these paintings haunt as if they still shine somewhere? Science stirs its questions, precise yet elusive. Could Flight 967 have been hijacked, diverted to a secret runway? No evidence supports this, but the art's value fuels the thought. Or did a meteor strike, a rare calamity that left no trace? The U.S. Navy investigated sabotage, finding no leads, yet the era's tensions linger in the theory. Some propose a vortex, a spinning storm of air that tore the plane apart. The black boxes, if they exist, lie in waters too deep for 1,970's reach, or perhaps today's. Perhaps the Varig slipped into a time fold, a quantum whisper where moments vanish. You cradle these ideas, each a wave that breaks without sound. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Taoist thought, the ocean is the source of all, and Flight 967's vanishing is a return to that source, its art, a gift to the infinite. In Hindu tradition, the sea is a womb birthing and reclaiming all things. Could the paintings be seeds, waiting to bloom in another realm? You picture the crew not gone but dancing in a sky, where colors never fade their plane, a lantern in the plane. Divine. To the mystic, the Pacific is a mirror reflecting the soul's own mysteries. What would you paint if the sea gave you its brush? The Pacific speaks its voice, a murmur across ages. You soar above its tides, seeing islands like scattered jewels, their shores kissed by foam. The Sakura bird, an Egyptian artifact shaped like a plane, whispers of ancient flights known to this sea. The Quimbaya gold figures, jet-like hint at skies the Pacific has seen. This ocean has held them all, sailors, artists, wings of steel and myth, and kept their stories close. You sense its patience, a wisdom that asks only for your awe, not your answers. Archetypes emerge soft as dawn. The paintings are the vision capturing truths beyond words. The crew are the guardians carrying beauty to the unknown. The ocean is the oracle speaking in silences. These symbols stir in you, echoing your own moments of creation dreams, hopes, art sent into the world without return. What have you offered only to find it claimed by the deep? What colors light your heart? The tale slows its rhythm, a breath against the night. You rest on a shore of starlight, the Pacific song a whisper in your soul. Flight 967 is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the waves painting the world with its silent art. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a haven, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it hold you like a tide, lifting a dream, guiding you into a world where beauty never fades. Where do lost paintings go when the sea claims their light? But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture yourself swaying in a hammock woven of starlight, suspended above the Caribbean's turquoise heart, where the sea breathes in soft, endless waves. A plane's shadow ripples across the water, its engines a distant lullaby, then it slips beyond the horizon, leaving only a stillness that hums with secrets. You are stepping into the mystery of the star Ariel, a British South American Airways Avro Tudor 4 that vanished in 1949 between Bermuda and Jamaica, carrying 20 souls. No distress call, no wreckage, only a silent exit that deepens the Bermuda Triangle's enigma. Tonight you rest in this mystery, letting its gentle, unresolvable wonder rock you toward dreams. You're at Kinley Airfield, Bermuda, the 17th of January, 1949, where the star Ariel, sleek and silver, prepares for a 1,200-mile flight to Kingston, Jamaica. Aboard are 13 passengers and 7 crew led by Captain John McPhee, a pilot of quiet confidence. The morning is bright, the sky a canvas of scattered clouds, promising smooth skies. At 7:45 a.m., the plane lifts off its 4 engines, roaring as it climbs over the Atlantic. At 8:30 a.m., McPhee radios a routine update, all's well cruising at 18,000 feet. Then nothing. No emergency signal, no debris. Search teams, ships, planes, and helicopters scour 150,000 square miles of ocean, finding only waves. The Triangle, a restless web spun between Bermuda, Miami, and San Juan, holds its secret close. You stand on an imagined shore, feeling the tides whisper, a story that refuses to surface. What became of the star Ariel? Science reaches into the abyss, offering theories that glint like shells in the sand. The Avro Tudor was new but had a troubled history. Could a design flaw like a weak fuel system have sparked a sudden catastrophe? Weather reports noted calm conditions, but a hidden squall, rare in the Triangle, might have struck, tearing the plane apart. Navigation errors are another thread. McPhee's last message suggested a course change to avoid headwinds, but a miscalculation could have led the plane into uncharted waters. Some propose an explosion, perhaps a battery or cargo ignited, though no flash lit the sky. The Triangle's depths, plunging to 19,000 feet, could conceal the wreckage, its currents sweeping away all traces. Others whisper of magnetic anomalies known to disrupt compasses in this region, leaving the crew adrift in a sky without stars. You ponder these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the sea's sigh. Now let your spirit wander to sacred realms, where the mystery takes on a luminous glow. In Rastafarian thought, the Caribbean is a holy land, its seas a path to Zion. Could the star Ariel's passengers be pilgrims welcomed to a divine shore? In Christian mysticism, their silence evokes the rapture, a sudden ascent to eternity. To the Taoist, the plane's vanishing is a flow into the Wu, the formless void where all things merge. You imagine the crew not lost but drifting in a celestial tide, their plane a leaf on the universe's stream. In indigenous Taino beliefs, the sea is a mother, her waves cradling the lost in her heart. What does it mean to depart, you muse, if the journey leads to such boundless light? The Bermuda Triangle has long been a tapestry of the unexplained. You glide through its history, hearing echoes of other silences. In 1945, Flight 19's 5 bombers vanished here, their radios crackling with confusion. A year before the star Ariel, the star Tiger, its sister plane faded into the same waters, leaving no trace. Older tales speak of Carib sailors, their canoes swallowed by sudden mists, their spirits said to dance in the foam. In 1492, Columbus noted strange lights in these seas, his compass trembling without cause. The triangle of 500000 square mile riddle seems to pulse with a life of its own, collecting stories like pearls. You feel its ancient rhythm, a cadence that weaves the star Ariel into a chorus of the vanished. Step into the cabin now, you're a passenger on the star Ariel. The seats hum with quiet chatter, a mother cradling her child, a businessman scribbling notes. You peer through the window where the sea sparkles like a jewel, its surface a promise of peace. The plane sways gently, a cradle in the clouds, and you feel a shift, not alarm, but a soft wonder, as if the sky is opening its arms. The horizon blurs and the world seems to hum a song older than time. Are you still flying, or have you slipped into a dream? The sea below calls its voice a hymn, and you surrender to its gentle pull. From another vantage, you're a radio operator in Jamaica, your headset alive with the morning's chatter. The star Ariel signal falls silent, and your calls into the void go unanswered. You mark the time 9:42 a.m. and wait, hoping for a crackle. Days later, you join the search, scanning the triangle from a cutter's deck. The waves roll on, offering no clues, their rhythm a quiet defiance. Families gather their eyes, tracing the sky, whispering names of the lost. Some claim to hear voices on the wind, faint echoes of the star Ariel's crew. You hold their hope fragile as a coral branch, knowing it may never bloom. Why does their silence sing long after the radios fade? Science returns its lens sharpening. Could the star Ariel have been caught in a time vortex? A rare phenomenon where reality bends. Pilots in the triangle have reported clocks skipping, instruments failing. Or did a waterspout, a sea tornado rise without warning, pulling the plane into the deep? Some propose sabotage. 1949 was a year of Cold War shadows, and a bomb could have slipped aboard. The ocean's Sargasso Sea, a gyre of weed, might entangle the wreckage, hiding it from sonar. Others imagine a meteor, a fleeting streak that left no trace. You weigh these theories, each a pebble smoothed by the tide, knowing they may never stack into truth. Spiritually, the mystery shifts, glowing in new hues. In Buddhist thought, the star Ariel's vanishing is a mirror of sunyata, the emptiness that holds all possibility. In Hindu tradition, the sea is a goddess, her waves a dance that reclaims the fleeting. Could the plane be her guest, swaying in her rhythm? You picture the passengers not gone, but floating in a sky where borders dissolve their plane, a petal in the cosmic wind. To the poet, the triangle is a canvas, its silences, a verse that needs no end. What would you whisper if the sea lent you its voice? The triangle itself speaks its murmur, a chant across centuries. You hover above its waters, seeing cays like scattered embers, their shores kissed by light. The Utsuro-bune of 1803, a strange craft from Japanese lore, drifted near these seas, its story a shadow of the star Ariel's. The Nazca lines etched for skyward eyes, whisper of flights the triangle might have known. This sea has held them all, adventurers, dreamers, wings of steel and song, and kept their tales in its depths. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your reverence, not your answers. Archetypes rise soft as twilight. The crew are the wayfarers seeking a path through the unknown. The star Ariel is the beacon shining briefly before the dark. The triangle is the threshold, a gate to mysteries untold. These symbols stir within you, echoing your own crossings, moments when you stepped into shadow, trusting the unseen. What thresholds have you crossed only to find the way veiled? What lights guide you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a whisper against your heart. You rest on a shore of moonlit foam, the Caribbean's breath warm and steady. The star Ariel is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the breeze, kissing the waves with its quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a current lifting a leaf into dreams where the lost are near. What does the triangle know that it will never tell? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself cradled in the arms of a Pacific dawn, where the ocean stretches like a silken veil, its surface kissed by the first light of morning. A plane's faint hum weaves through the air, a silver thread in the tapestry of the sky, then it dissolves into the horizon's gentle glow, leaving only a hush that feels like a prayer. You are entering the mystery of Canadian Pacific Airlines Flight 3505, a Douglas DC-4 that vanished in 1951, over the Pacific, carrying 37 souls, including United Nations personnel from Vancouver to Tokyo. Clear skies offered no clues, no wreckage, no answers, only a silence that deepens the ocean's enigma. Tonight you dwell in this mystery, letting its soft, unresolvable wonder guide you towards sleep. You're at Vancouver International Airport, the 21st of July 1951, where the DC-4, a sturdy workhorse of the skies, prepares for a trans-Pacific flight to Tokyo via Anchorage. Aboard are 31 passengers, UN workers, diplomats, and families, joined by 6 crew members led by Captain John Baldwin, a pilot of steady resolve. The plane lifts off at dusk, its 4 engines humming as it climbs into a sky painted with twilight's hues. The weather is perfect, the stars sharp, promising a smooth journey. At 2:00 a.m. Baldwin radios, Anchorage cruising at 18,000 0 feet, all systems normal. Then nothing. No distress call, no radar trace. Search teams Canadian, US, and Japanese forces comb 300,000 square miles of ocean, finding only waves. The Pacific, vast and unyielding, keeps its secret. You stand on an imagined deck, gazing into its depths, feeling the pull of a tale that refuses to rise. What happened to Flight 3505 Science Street retches its hands into the void, offering theories that shimmer like dew on a spider's web. The DC-4 was reliable but not infallible. Could a sudden engine failure have sparked a fire too swift for a signal? Or perhaps a fuel leak drained its tanks, leaving the plane to glide silently into the sea. Navigation errors linger in the mind. The Pacific's expanse offers few landmarks, and a misread chart could have led the plane far from its course. Sabotage is a shadow in the tale. 1951 was a tense year, with the Korean War raging and UN personnel were aboard. Could a hidden explosive have torn the plane apart? Weather seems an unlikely culprit. Skies were clear, though a rare high-altitude turbulence invisible to forecasts might have struck. The ocean's floor, plunging to 23,000 feet in the Aleutian Trench, could hide the wreckage, its currents sweeping away all traces. You hold these ideas, each a wisp of cloud that drifts beyond grasp. Turn now to the spiritual, where the mystery glows with sacred resonance. In Pacific Northwest indigenous traditions, the ocean is a grandmother, her tides a cradle for the lost. Flight 3505 souls might be resting in her, embrace their stories whispered in the foam. In Christian thought, their vanishing is a mystery of grace, a sudden passage to the divine. To the Zen Buddhist, the plane's arc is a koan, a riddle that teaches by refusing answers. You picture the passengers not gone but floating in a realm where time unravels their plane, a lotus on the cosmic sea. In Shinto belief, the Pacific is alive with kami spirits who guide the departed to hidden shores. What does it mean to vanish? You wonder if the spirit sails on. The Pacific has long been a guardian of the unexplained. You drift through its history, hearing echoes of other silences. In 1962, Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 vanished in these waters, its 107 souls leaving no trace. Centuries ago, Haida voyagers paddled this ocean, their cedar canoes sometimes lost to sudden mists, their fates sung in oral tales. The Utsuro-bune of 1803, a strange craft from Japanese lore, washed ashore here, its occupant a puzzle. Ancient Polynesian navigators crossed these waves, their star knowledge, a mystery to modern minds, yet some journeys ended in the deep. The Pacific, a liquid cosmos, seems to collect these stories, folding them into its heart. You feel its ancient pulse, a rhythm that binds Flight 3505 to a lineage of the lost. Now you're aboard the DC-4, seated by a window, the cabin warm with soft voices. You're a UN worker, your briefcase filled with papers of peace. The stars outside gleam like promises, and the plane sways gently, a cradle in the night. You feel a shift, not fear, but a quiet awe, as if the sky is unfolding a secret. The ocean below seems to hum its surface, a mirror of eternity. Are you still flying, or have you crossed a veil? The stars blur and the plane glides into a space where questions bloom like flowers in the dark. You surrender to the mystery, trusting its gentle embrace. From another shore, you're a radio operator in Anchorage, your headset alive with the night's chatter. Baldwin's voice fades, and your calls into the ether go unanswered. You note the time, 3:15 a.m., and wait, hoping for a signal. Days later, you join the search, scanning the Pacific from a patrol plane's window. The waves roll on their rhythm, a quiet refusal to speak. Families gather their prayers soft as candlelight, naming those aboard. Some claim to see the plane in dreams soaring over a silver sea. You hold their longing delicate as a feather, knowing it may never find rest. Why do these voices linger etched in the heart's silent spaces? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could Flight 3505 have been struck by a meteor, a rare streak that left no trace? Or did electromagnetic interference reported in the Pacific scramble, its instruments blinding the crew? Some propose a mid-air collision with an unreported aircraft. 1951 saw heavy military traffic, yet no debris was found. The black boxes, if they exist, lie in waters too deep for the era's reach, perhaps in the Kuril Trench's abyss. Others imagine a time slip, a quantum fold where the plane slipped beyond reality, a theory whispered in pilots' tales of lost hours. You cradle these possibilities, each a star that dims before it guides. In the spiritual realm, the mystery unfolds anew. In Confucian thought, the ocean is a teacher of harmony, and Flight 3505's vanishing is a lesson in yielding to the universe's flow. In Hindu tradition, the sea is a goddess, her tides, a dance that reclaims the fleeting. Could the plane be her guest, swaying in her rhythm? You picture the crew not fallen but lifted into a sky, where borders dissolve their plane, a breath in, the divine. To the mystic, the Pacific is a mandala, its center, a point of transcendence. What would you find if you could step into that center? The Pacific speaks its voice, a low chant across millennia. You float above its tides, seeing atolls like scattered beads, their shores kissed by light. The Saqqara bird, an Egyptian relic shaped like a glider, whispers of ancient flights known to this sea. The Quimbaya gold figures, jet-like hint at skies the Pacific has seen. This ocean has held them all, explorers, diplomats, wings of steel and song, and kept their tales in its depths. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your reverence, not your solutions. Archetypes rise soft as moonlight. The passengers are the emissaries carrying hopes of peace. The DC-4 is the chariot bearing them to the unknown. The ocean is the keeper, guarding what lies beyond. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own journeys, moments when you carried light into the dark only to find mystery. What messages have you sent only to find them claimed by silence? What seas call you still? The tale slows its cadence, a whisper against your soul. You rest on a shore of dawnlight, the Pacific's breath warm and steady. Flight 3505 is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the mist curling over the waves with quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a tide, lifting a petal into dreams where the lost are near. What does the ocean hold that it will never share? So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision yourself standing on a cliff overlooking the Mediterranean, where the sea glimmers like a sheet of molten silver under a moonless sky. A jet's roar hums faintly, its wings slicing through the night. Then it fades into the horizon's velvet fold, leaving a silence that feels heavy with unseen power. You are entering the mystery of the B-47 Stratojet, a U.S. Air Force bomber that vanished in 1956, over these waters carrying atomic cores and 4 souls. No trace of the plane or its perilous cargo was ever found, only a void that whispers of the unknowable. Tonight you rest in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe lull you toward dreams. You're at Sidi Slimane Air Base, Morocco, the 10th of March 1956, where the B-47 Stratojet, a sleek spear of Cold War, might prepares for a routine flight to Ben Guerir Air Base. Aboard are Captain Robert Hodgen and 3 crewmen tasked with ferrying 2 nuclear weapon cores, plutonium orbs potent yet inert without their triggers. The jet takes off at dusk, climbing into a clear Mediterranean sky, its 6 engines roaring. It's meant to refuel mid-air over the sea, but at 4:00 a.m. the tanker crew reports no contact. No distress call, no radar blip. Search teams U.S. and NATO forces scour 10,000 square miles of sea and shore, finding nothing. Not a wing, not a core, not a whisper of the crew. The Mediterranean, ancient and unyielding, holds its secret tight. You gaze into its depths, feeling the weight of a power both human and divine. What claimed the B-47 science casts its light into the abyss, offering theories that flicker like lanterns on the waves. The Stratojet was a marvel, but prone to stress. Could a wing spar have cracked, sending the plane into a fatal dive? Mid-air refueling was risky. A collision with the tanker, though unreported, might have sparked an unseen catastrophe. Navigation errors are another thread. The Mediterranean's featureless night could have misled the crew, guiding them far from their path. Sabotage looms in the Cold War's shadow. 1956 was a year of espionage, and the nuclear cores were a prize. Could a Soviet agent have planted a device? Weather seems unlikely. Skies were calm, but a sudden clear air turbulence could have struck without warning. The sea's floor, plunging to 10,000 feet in places, might cradle the wreckage, its currents hiding the core's deadly glow. You trace these possibilities, each a spark that fades into the dark. Now let your spirit drift to sacred realms, where the mystery pulses with deeper meaning. In Mediterranean myth, the sea is Poseidon's domain, a god who claims what mortals dare to wield. The B-47's cores might be his treasure, guarded in coral vaults. In Christian thought, their vanishing evokes the humility of creation, a reminder that humanity's power is but a breath before the divine. To the Sufi, the plane's arc is a journey to the Baka, the eternal union with the unseen. You imagine the crew not lost, but soaring in a realm where light knows no bounds, their plane a spark in the cosmic fire. In Jewish mysticism, the sea is a mirror of the Shekinah, the divine presence that holds all loss. What does it mean to disappear, you muse, if the soul finds such radiant rest? The Mediterranean has long been a crucible of secrets. You wander through its past, hearing tales that echo the B-47's silence. In 1943, a Luftwaffe Ju-88 vanished off Crete, its crew leaving no trace. Centuries before Phoenician galleys sank in these waters, their cargoes of tin and amber lost to the deep. The Antikythera mechanism, a star tracker from 100 BCE, was found here, its purpose still a riddle. Older myths speak of Atlantis, a city swallowed by these waves, its spires hidden beneath the sea. The Mediterranean, a cradle of civilization, seems to collect these stories, weaving them into its tides. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that binds the B-47 to a lineage of the vanished. Step into the cockpit now, your Captain Hodgin. The controls hum beneath your hands, the nuclear cores secure in their cradles. The Mediterranean glints below, a silver path under the stars. Your crew is quiet, their trust a steady warmth. The tanker's lights should appear soon, but the sky feels vast, almost alive. You feel a shift, not panic, but a gentle pull, as if the sea is calling you home. The stars blur and the plane seems to glide into a space where night and water merge. Are you still flying, or have you crossed a sacred line? The sea sings its voice a hymn, and you let it guide you, trusting the mystery's embrace. From another shore, you're a searcher on a Navy ship, scanning the Mediterranean's endless blue. The B-47's signal is long gone, and the horizon offers no clues. You sail for weeks, eyes straining for a glint of metal or the core's faint glow. Families wait their prayers soft as olive leaves naming the crew. Some claim to feel the plane's presence, a warmth in the night air. You hold their hope fragile as a seashell, knowing it may never find a shore. Why do these souls linger, their light undimmed by the deep? Science returns its questions, sharp yet soft. Could the B-47 have been downed by a Soviet interceptor, a secret strike erased from history? No evidence supports this, but the era's tensions fuel the thought. Or did a navigation glitch lead the plane into restricted airspace, triggering an unreported attack? Some propose a fuel vapor explosion, a known risk in the Stratojet, though no flash was seen. The sea's Ionian basin, a deep trench, might hide the cores, their radiation fading into the Earth's heart. Others imagine a dimensional slip, a rift in time whispered in tales of lost ships. You weigh these ideas, each a wave that breaks without sound. Spiritually, the mystery glows anew. In Greek orthodoxy, the sea is a path to the divine, and the B-47's vanishing is a pilgrimage to the eternal. In Hindu thought, the ocean is a womb reclaiming all things. Could the cores be seeds waiting to bloom in another realm? You picture the crew not fallen but lifted into a sky where power dissolves their plane, a candle in the divine. To the poet, the Mediterranean is a lyre, it silences, a song that needs no end. What would you sing if the sea lent you its strings? The Mediterranean speaks its voice, a murmur across ages. You soar above its waves, seeing islands like scattered coins, their shores kissed by foam. The Odyssey's sirens sang here, luring sailors to their doom. The Kyrenia shipwreck, a 4th century BCE trader, rests in these depths, its cargo a riddle. This sea has held them all heroes, merchants, wings of steel and myth, and kept their stories close. You sense its patience, a wisdom that asks only for your wonder, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as dawn. The crew are the keepers, guarding a power too great for the world. The B-47 is the flame burning briefly before the dark. The sea is the guardian holding what cannot be claimed. These symbols stir in you, echoing your own burdens, moments when you carried weight only to find it lifted by mystery. What have you held only to see it? Slip into the deep, what lights guide your path? The tale slows its rhythm, a breath against the night. You rest on a shore of starlit sand, the Mediterranean song a whisper in your soul. The B-47 is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the tide touching every coast with its silent power. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a haven, its silence a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it hold you like a wave, lifting a dream into a world where the lost are near. What does the sea keep that it will never yield? But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture yourself perched on a windswept ledge high in the Himalayas, where snow-dusted peaks pierce a sky so vast it feels like a living breath. A plane's distant drone hums through the clouds, its wings catching a fleeting glint of dawn, then it slips into the mountain shadow, leaving only a stillness that whispers of eternity. You are entering the mystery of Pakistan International Airlines Flight PK-404, a Fokker F-27 that vanished in 1989, over the Himalayas en route from Gilgit to Islamabad carrying 54 souls. The rugged terrain hid all traces, offering no wreckage, no answers, only a silence that resonates with the unknowable. Tonight you linger in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe cradle you towards sleep. You stand at Gilgit Airport, the 25th of August 1989, a small outpost nestled in Pakistan's northern mountains. The Fokker F-27, a twin-engine turboprop, gleams under the morning sun, ready to ferry 49 passengers and 5 crew to Islamabad, a 200-mile hop through the Himalayas. The passengers, locals, tourists, and families board with quiet anticipation, their voices mingling with the wind's soft howl. Captain Jamshed Qureshi, seasoned and calm, guides the plane into a sky streaked with wisps of cloud. At 7:40 a.m., the Fokker lifts off, climbing over peaks that tower to 26,000 feet. 30 minutes later, radio contact fades. No distress call, no radar trace. Search teams, military helicopters, ground patrols scour the Karakoram range, battling blizzards and sheer cliffs. The mountains, ancient and unyielding, reveal nothing. You gaze into their icy heart, feeling the pull of a story that refuses to unfold. What claimed Flight PK-404 science reaches into the peaks, offering theories that shimmer like frost in the dawn. The Fokker F-27 was sturdy, but the Himalayas are merciless. Could a sudden downdraft common in these passes have slammed the plane into a hidden ridge? Or perhaps ice coated its wings, a silent thief in the high altitudes dragging it down? Navigation errors are a possibility. The mountain's narrow valleys confuse radar, and a misjudged turn could have led to disaster. Sabotage casts a shadow. 1989 was a turbulent year in the region, with political unrest simmering. Could a bomb have been smuggled aboard, detonating in the remote peaks? Weather reports noted scattered clouds, but a microburst, a rare column of sinking air, might have struck without warning. The terrain, a labyrinth of glaciers and crevasses, could hide the wreckage, its snow burying all traces. You sift these ideas, each a snowflake melting in your palm. Shift your gaze now to the spiritual, where the mystery glows with sacred light. In Himalayan folklore, the mountains are abodes of gods, their peaks home to deities like Shiva who guard the world's secrets. Flight PK-404's souls might be guests in this divine realm, their voices woven into the wind's chant. In Islamic mysticism, the Himalayas are a place of baraka, blessed silence, where the lost find peace in Allah's embrace. To the Buddhist, the plane's vanishing is a reminder of anitya, the impermanence of all things. Its arc, a fleeting mandala in the sky. You imagine the passengers not fallen, but lifted into a realm where snow and stars are one, their plane, a prayer bead in the cosmic mala. In Sikh tradition, the mountains are a place of meditation where the soul meets the infinite. What does it mean to vanish? You wonder if the spirit rests in such sacred heights. The Himalayas have long cradled mysteries. You drift through their history, hearing echoes of other silences. In 1966, an Indian Air Force AN-12 crashed in these mountains, its wreckage hidden for decades under snow. Centuries ago, Tibetan traders vanished on these trails, their yaks swallowed by avalanches, their fates sung in monastic chants. The Yeti legends whispered by Sherpas speak of mountain spirits who guide or claim the lost. Ancient Buddhist texts describe Siddhas mystics who flew through these peaks, their powers a riddle to modern minds. The Himalayas, a spine of stone and ice, seem to collect these stories, hiding them in their folds. You feel their ancient rhythm, a pulse that binds Flight PK-404 to a lineage of the unseen. Now you're aboard the Fokker, seated by a window, the cabin alive with soft murmurs. You're a passenger, your scarf tucked against the chill, your eyes tracing the peaks below their crests, sharp as a poet's quill. The plane hums a steady heartbeat, and Qureshi's voice assures you all is well. Yet the mountains seem to watch their silence, a call you cannot name. You feel a shift, not fear, but a quiet awe, as if the sky is opening a hidden door. The clouds part, and the plane glides into a space where time softens, where peaks and stars blur. Are you still flying, or have you entered a sacred dream? The mountains hum their song a lullaby, and you surrender to their embrace. Stand now in Islamabad, you're a radio operator, your headset heavy with static. The Fokker's signal drops, and your calls into the void go unanswered. You mark the time 8:15 a.m. and wait, hoping for a crackle. Days later, you join the search, peering from a helicopter's window as the Himalayas unfold below a maze of ice and stone. The wind howls, scattering snow, offering no clues. Families gather their prayers soft as prayer flags, naming those aboard. Some claim to see the plane in visions soaring over a golden peak. You hold their longing delicate as a lotus petal, knowing it may never bloom. Why do these voices echo long after the mountains fall silent? Science stirs its questions, precise yet elusive. Could Flight PK-404 have been caught in a jet stream, a high-altitude wind that hurled it into a cliff? Or did a radar malfunction blind the crew, turning the mountains into a trap? Some propose a missile strike, an errant test. From a nearby conflict zone, though no evidence supports this. The black boxes, if they survive, lie buried under centuries of snow in crevasses too deep for 1,989's reach. Others imagine a time slip, a fold in reality where the plane drifted beyond our world, a tale whispered in pilots' lore of lost moments. You cradle these possibilities each, a breath that fades into the frost. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Jain thought, the Himalayas are a place of liberation where souls shed their burdens. Flight PK-404's vanishing might be a release, its passengers freed into the infinite. In Hindu tradition, the mountains are Kailasa, Shiva's throne. Could the plane be a guest in his court, swaying in divine silence? You picture the crew not lost, but dancing in a sky where peaks pierce eternity. Their plane a spark in the divine flame. To the mystic, the Himalayas are a ladder to the stars, each step a mystery. What would you see if you could climb that ladder? The Himalayas speak their voice, a low chant across eons. You soar above their ridges, seeing valleys like folded palms, their glaciers gleaming with ancient light. The Vimana texts of India describe sky chariots, lost to these peaks. The Shangri-La myths born here whisper of hidden valleys where time stands still. These mountains have held them all, pilgrims, traders, wings of steel and myth, and kept their stories in stone. You sense their patience, a wisdom that asks only for your awe, not your answers. Archetypes rise soft as dawnlight. The passengers are the seekers chasing paths through the unknown. The Fokker is the vessel carrying them to a hidden shore. The Himalayas are the sentinel guarding what lies beyond. These symbols stir in you, reflecting your own quests, moments when you sought truth only to find mystery. What paths have you walked only to find the summit veiled? What peaks call you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a whisper against your heart. You rest on a slope of starlit snow, the Himalayas' breath cool and steady. Flight PK-404 is out there, or perhaps it isn't, perhaps it has become the wind kissing the peaks with its quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a breeze, lifting a prayer flag into dreams where the lost are near. What do the mountains hide that they will never sing? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself adrift on a raft of twilight floating above the Pacific's boundless heart, where the ocean shimmers like a pool of liquid starlight, its waves whispering secrets older than the earth. A plane silhouette hums softly, its wings grazing the clouds, then it slips into the night's embrace, leaving a stillness that feels like a sacred pause. You are entering the mystery of Pan Am Flight 7, a Boeing 377 Stratocruiser that vanished in 1957 en route from San Francisco to Honolulu, carrying 44 souls. No distress call marked its sudden plunge, only a silence that deepens the sea's eternal enigma. Tonight you rest in this mystery, letting its gentle, unresolvable wonder guide you towards sleep. You stand at San Francisco International Airport, the 8th of November 1957, where the Clipper Romance of the Skies, a luxurious airliner, prepares for its 400-mile journey to Honolulu. Aboard are 36 passengers, honeymooners, families, and businessmen, joined by 8 crew members led by Captain Gordon Brown, a pilot of quiet steadiness. The plane lifts off at 1 a.m., climbing into a sky brushed with soft clouds, promising a routine Pacific crossing. At 4:00 p.m., Brown radios a position report, all systems normal, 1000 miles from Honolulu, then nothing, no SOS, no radar trace. A massive search, U.S. Navy ships, Coast Guard cutters, and aircraft scours 150,000 square miles of ocean. Days later, a small debris field is found, along with 19 bodies, but no black box, no fuselage, no answers. The Pacific, vast and unyielding, keeps its truth hidden. You gaze into its depths, feeling the pull of a tale that refuses to surface. What claimed Flight 7 Science Street retches its gaze across the waves, offering theories that flicker like bioluminescence in the deep. The Boeing 377 was a marvel, but not without flaws. Could a propeller failure have sparked a catastrophic vibration, tearing the plane apart? Or perhaps a fuel leak drained its tanks, leaving it to glide silently into the sea? Navigation errors are a possibility. The Pacific's expanse offers few landmarks, and a miscalculation could have led the plane astray. Sabotage whispers through the tale. 1957 was a time of Cold War tensions, and a bomb might have been concealed in the cargo hold. Weather seems unlikely. Reports noted light winds, but a rare clear air turbulence could have struck without warning. The debris field found 90 miles off course suggests a violent end, yet the ocean's 15,000-foot depths could hide the rest its currents, scattering all traces. You sift these ideas, each a fleeting gleam in the night. Now let your spirit drift to sacred realms where the mystery glows with divine resonance. In Hawaiian tradition, the Pacific is Moana, a living entity that cradles the lost in her arms. Flight 7's souls might be resting in her embrace, their stories woven into the coral's song. In Christian mysticism, their vanishing is a passage to the eternal, a sudden ascent beyond the veil. To the Taoist, the plane's arc is a return to the Tao, the formless source of all things. You imagine the passengers not gone, but floating in a realm where sea and sky are one, their plane, a ripple in the cosmic tide. In Buddhist thought, the ocean is a mirror of nirvana, where all forms dissolve into peace. What does it mean to plunge, you muse, if the fall leads to such boundless rest? The Pacific has long been a keeper of secrets. You wander through its history, hearing echoes of other silences. In 1962, Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 vanished in these waters, its 107 souls leaving no trace. Centuries ago, Polynesian voyagers navigated this ocean with star charts in their hearts, yet some canoes never returned, claimed by the sea's will. The Utsuro-bune of 1803, a metallic craft from Japanese lore, drifted here, its occupant a riddle. Ancient Lapita sailors crossed these waves, their pottery scattered on distant shores, but their fates often unwritten. The Pacific, a blue heart spanning half the globe, seems to gather these stories, folding them into its depths. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that binds Flight 7 to a lineage of the lost. Step into the cabin now, you're a passenger on the Clipper. The seats hum with quiet laughter, a couple sharing a glance, a child sketching the clouds. You lean against the window where the ocean glints like a jewel, its surface, a promise of serenity. The plane sways gently, a cradle in the sky, and you feel a shift, not fear but a soft wonder, as if the stars are calling you near. The world below blurs and the plane seems to glide into a space where time unravels. Are you still flying, or have you entered a dream? The ocean hums its voice, a hymn, and you surrender to its gentle pull. From another shore, you're a searcher aboard a Navy vessel, scanning the Pacific's endless blue. The Clipper's signal is long gone, and the horizon offers no clues. You sail for days, eyes burning, hoping for a glint of wreckage. The debris field, when found, holds only fragments. A life vest, a seat cushion, and the bodies adrift offer no story. Families wait their prayers, soft as trade winds, naming those aboard. Some claim to see the plane in visions soaring over a silver sea. You hold their longing, delicate as a seashell, knowing it may never find rest. Why do these faces linger, etched in the heart's quiet tides? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could Flight 7 have been struck by a meteor, a rare streak that left no trace? Or did a structural failure like a weakened wing cause the plane to disintegrate mid-flight? Some propose a mid-air explosion, perhaps from a smoldering fire in the galley, though no distress call supports this. The black boxes, if they exist, lie in waters too deep for 1,950. Seven's reach, perhaps in the Molokai fracture zone's abyss. Others imagine a time slip, a quantum fold where the plane drifted beyond reality, a tale whispered in sailors' lore of lost moments. You cradle these possibilities, each a wave that breaks without sound. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Shinto thought, the ocean is a realm of kami spirits who guide the departed to hidden shores. Flight 7's passengers might be guests in their halls, swaying in divine silence. In Hindu tradition, the sea is a goddess, her tides, a dance that reclaims the fleeting. Could the plane be her guest, cradled in her rhythm? You picture the crew not fallen, but lifted into a sky where borders dissolve their plane, a pedal in the divine wind. To the mystic, the Pacific is a mandala, its center, a point of transcendence. What would you find if you could step into that center? The Pacific speaks its voice, a low chant across millennia. You soar above its tides, seeing atolls like scattered embers, their shores kissed by light. The Saqqara bird, an Egyptian relic shaped like a glider, whispers of ancient flights known to this sea. The Quimbaya gold figures jet-like hint at skies the Pacific has seen. This ocean has held them all, explorers, lovers, wings of steel and song, and kept their tales in its depths. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your reverence, not your solutions. Archetypes rise soft as dawnlight. The passengers are the dreamers chasing horizons beyond sight. The Clipper is the beacon shining briefly before the dark. The ocean is the keeper guarding what lies beyond. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own journeys, moments when you sought light only to find mystery. What dreams have you chased only to find the shore veiled? What tides call you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a whisper against your soul. You rest on a shore of starlit foam, the Pacific's breath warm and steady. Flight 7 is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the mist curling over the waves with quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a current lifting a leaf into dreams where the lost are near. What does the ocean hide that it will never sing? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself soaring through a Grecian sky where the clouds part like curtains of silk, revealing a sea of sapphire below, kissed by the sun's golden threads. A plane glides silently, its shadow, a fleeting caress on the waves, yet it carries an eerie stillness, as if time itself has paused. You are entering the mystery of Helios Airways Flight 522, a Boeing 737 that drifted over Greece in 2005, its crew and passengers unresponsive until it crashed into a hillside, leaving 121 souls lost and a cause veiled in shadow. Tonight you wander this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe cradle you towards sleep. You stand at Larnaca International Airport, Cyprus, the 14th of August 2005, where the Boeing 737 named Olympia prepares for a flight to Athens via Prague. Aboard are 115 passengers, families, vacationers, and children, joined by 6 crew members, led by Captain Hans-Jürgen Merten, a seasoned German pilot. The plane lifts off at 9:07 a.m., climbing into a Mediterranean sky bathed in summer light. At 10:45 a.m., air traffic control in Athens loses contact. The 737 climbs to 34,000 feet, circling on autopilot over Greece unresponsive to radio calls. Two F-16 jets scramble their pilots, reporting a chilling sight. The co-pilot slumped the captain's seat, empty passengers motionless, some with oxygen masks dangling. At 12:03 p.m., the plane out of fuel crashes near Grammatico, 25 miles from Athens. The wreckage burns, offering fragments but no clear truth. You gaze into the sky, feeling the weight of a silence that hums with mystery. What befell Flight 522? Science peers into the wreckage, offering theories that flicker like stars in the dawn. Official reports point to a pressurization failure. A switch left in manual mode during maintenance prevented the cabin from pressurizing, starving the crew and passengers of oxygen as the plane climbed. Yet why did the crew not notice the warning horns? Could a slow leak have dulled their senses, leading to hypoxia, a silent thief that clouds the mind? Some suggest a mechanical fault in the oxygen system, leaving the masks useless. Others propose human error, fatigue, or miscommunication between the German captain and Cypriot crew. The F-16 pilot saw a flight attendant, Andreas Prodromou, in the cockpit, perhaps trying to fly the plane but too late. Could an electrical failure have silenced alarms, trapping the crew in a fatal oversight? The wreckage scattered across a hillside held no black box, answers only questions. You trace these ideas, each a thread that unravels into mist. Shift your heart to the spiritual, where the mystery glows with sacred resonance. In Greek Orthodox tradition, the sky is a ladder to the divine, and Flight 522's silent flight might be a procession to the heavens, its passengers carried by angels. In Islamic thought, the plane's arc is a qadar, a divine decree that unfolds beyond human sight. To the Buddhist, the crash is a mirror of dukkha, the truth of suffering, yet also a release into the boundless. You imagine the souls not lost, but drifting in a realm where clouds and stars merge, their plane a vessel of light. In pagan beliefs, the Greek hills are alive with spirits welcoming the fallen into their embrace. What does it mean to fly, you muse, if the journey leads to such eternal skies? Greece has long been a cradle of mysteries. You glide through its history, hearing echoes of other enigmas. In 356 BCE, the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus burned its cause, a riddle tied to divine wrath or human hand. Centuries later, Byzantine ships vanished off Crete, their crews claimed by sudden storms. The Antikythera mechanism, a 2nd century BCE star tracker, was found in Greek waters, its purpose still debated. Older myths speak of Icarus, who soared too high, his wings melting under the sun's gaze. The Greek landscape, a mosaic of hills and seas, seems to collect these stories, hiding them in its folds. You feel its ancient pulse, a rhythm that weaves Flight 522 into a tapestry of the unknown. Now you're aboard the Olympia, seated among the passengers. The cabin hums with soft chatter, a child's laughter, a couple's whispered plans. You glance out the window where the Aegean sparkles like a jewel. The plane climbs, and a strange calm settles, as if the air itself is holding its breath. You feel a gentle shift, not fear, but a quiet awe, as if the sky is unveiling a secret. The world softens, and the plane seems to float in a space where time dissolves. Are you still awake, or have you entered a dream? The clouds sing their voices a hymn, and you surrender to their embrace. From another vantage, you're an F-16 pilot soaring alongside the Boeing. Your heart pounds as you peer into the 737's windows, the co-pilot slumped passengers still, their faces pale behind oxygen masks. You radio ground control, your voice steady but heavy. The Olympia circles a ghost in the sky, its autopilot tracing endless loops. You follow until its fuel runs dry, watching it spiral into the hills, a plume of smoke marking its end. Days later, you revisit the wreckage, its fragments silent. Families mourn their prayers, rising like incense, naming the lost. Some claim to see the plane in dreams gliding over a silver sea. You hold their grief delicate as a feather, knowing it may never find rest. Why does this silence linger, etched in the heart's quiet spaces? Science stirs again, its questions sharp yet soft. Could a computer glitch have locked the autopilot, trapping the plane in its fatal orbit? Or did a toxic gas, perhaps from a cargo leak, render the crew unconscious? Some propose a hijacking gone wrong, though no evidence supports this. The wreckage held clues, a valve misaligned, a switch, untouched but no definitive cause. Others imagine a rare atmospheric phenomenon like a pressure wave that disrupted the plane's systems. The hills of Grammatico, rugged and remote, scattered the truth, leaving only fragments for investigators. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the dawn. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Hellenistic thought, the sky is Helios's domain. The sun god who sees all could Flight 522 be his charge, carried to a hidden realm. In Hindu tradition, the crash is a dance of Maya, the illusion of form guiding souls to the eternal. You picture the passengers not fallen but lifted into a sky where borders dissolve their plane, a spark in the divine flame. To the mystic, Greece is a crossroads of worlds, its hills a threshold to the unseen. What would you see if you could cross that threshold? Greece itself speaks its voice, a low chant across millennia. You soar above its islands, seeing cliffs like ancient altars, their shores kissed by foam. The Kyrenia shipwreck, a 4th century BCE trader, rests in these waters, its cargo a riddle. The Oracle of Delphi whispered truths here, her words veiled in mystery. This land has held them all, heroes, seekers, wings of steel and myth, and kept their stories close. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your wonder, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as moonlight. The passengers are the wanderers chasing paths through the sky. The Olympia is the chariot bearing them to the unknown. The hills are the altar receiving what cannot be held. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own journeys, moments when you sought clarity only to find mystery. What paths have you flown only to find the destination veiled? What skies call you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a whisper against your soul. You rest on a hill of starlit olive groves, Greece's breath warm and steady. Flight 522 is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the breeze kissing the waves with its quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a cloud, lifting a dream into a world where the lost are near. What does the sky hide that it will never sing? So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Imagine yourself beneath an African sky where the stars burn like embers scattered across a velvet cloth, and the air hums with the pulse of the savannah. A plane's engines roar softly, its silhouette, a fleeting brushstroke against the night. Then it lifts into the darkness, vanishing into a realm beyond reach. You are stepping into the mystery of the Boeing 727, which took off from Angola in 2003 without clearance, possibly piloted by mechanic Ben Charles Padilla. Its destination and fate remain a secret held by the vast unknown. Tonight you rest in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable wonder guide you towards sleep. You're at 4 de Fevereiro Airport, Luanda, Angola, May 25, 2003. The Boeing 727-223, registered as N844AA, sits on the tarmac, a retired airliner undergoing conversion for a new owner. Its hull gleams under the midday sun, tended by a small crew including Ben Charles Padilla, an American flight engineer and mechanic overseeing repairs. The plane, once a passenger jet, is being fitted for cargo runs in Angola's diamond trade. At 2:00 p.m., as workers refuel and test systems, the 727's engines surge. Without clearance, it taxis, turns, and lifts into the sky, vanishing over the Atlantic. No flight plan, no radio contact. Search efforts, Angolan Air Force, U.S. Intelligence, Interpol scan oceans and jungles across Africa, finding nothing. Not a wing, not a signal. You stand on the runway's edge, feeling the air still trembling with its departure, a story that refuses to land. What became of the Boeing 727? Science casts its gaze into the void, offering theories that glimmer like fireflies in the dusk. The 727 was airworthy but incomplete. Could a mechanical fault like a fuel line rupture have forced it down into the Atlantic's depths? Or perhaps Padilla, an experienced mechanic but not a licensed pilot, misjudged the controls leading to a crash in Angola's dense interior. Theft is a strong thread. Angola's civil war had just ended, and the plane's value, $1 million plus its diamond trade potential, might have tempted hijackers. Could Padilla have been coerced, or was he complicit? Weather was clear, but a sudden squall off the coast could have overwhelmed the jet. the Atlantic's floor plunging to 15,000 feet, or Africa's vast jungles could hide the wreckage, its traces erased by tides or vines. You ponder these possibilities, each a spark that fades into the night. Now let your spirit drift to sacred realms where the mystery hums with deeper resonance. In African cosmology, the sky is a bridge to the ancestors, and the 727's flight might be a journey to their realm, its passengers welcomed by ancient spirits. In Christian thought, its vanishing evokes the mystery of ascension, a sudden passage to the divine. To the Sufi, the plane's arc is a dance of the soul seeking union with the eternal. You imagine Padilla not lost but soaring in a sky where borders dissolve his plane, a feather in the cosmic wind. In Yoruba belief, the ocean is Yemoja's domain, a mother who cradles the lost in her waves. What does it mean to fly away, you muse, if the destination is a sacred shore? Angola's skies and seas have long whispered secrets. You glide through its history, hearing echoes of other mysteries. In 1979, a Soviet Antonov An-12 vanished off Angola's coast, its cargo of weapons leaving no trace. Centuries ago, Congo sailors navigated these waters, their boats sometimes lost to sudden storms, their fates sung in oral tales. The kingdom of Ndongo hid treasures in its jungles, their locations lost to colonial plunder. Older myths speak of Nzambi, a creator who moves through the sky unseen but ever present. Angola, a land of scars and beauty, seems to collect these stories, weaving them into its earth and sea. You feel its ancient rhythm, a cadence that ties the 727 to a lineage of the unseen. Step into the cockpit now, you're Ben Padilla. The controls pulse beneath your hands, the 727's engines, a steady heartbeat. You're testing systems, but the plane surges forward as if alive with intent. The runway blurs and you lift into a sky vast as a dream. The Atlantic glints below a mirror of stars, and you feel a shift, not fear, but a quiet awe, as if the night is guiding you. Where are you going? The horizon opens and the plane seems to glide into a space where earth and sky are one. You surrender to the mystery, trusting its gentle pull, the stars your only map. From another vantage, you're an air traffic controller in Luanda, your radar screen glowing in the dim tower. The 727's blip appears, then vanishes, an unauthorized streak across the sky. Your calls into the radio go unanswered, the static a low hum. Days later, you join the search, scanning reports from coastal villages hoping for a sighting. Families wait their prayers, soft as candlelight, naming Padilla and any unknown others aboard. Some claim to hear engines in the night, a faint roar over the jungle. You hold their hope, delicate as a moth's wing, knowing it may never find rest. Why does this flight linger etched in the heart's silent spaces? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could the 727 have been diverted to a hidden airstrip, its parts sold on Africa's black market? Angola's war-torn borders were porous, and a skilled crew could have landed in the Congo's jungles. Or did a navigation glitch lead Padilla over the ocean where fuel ran dry? Some propose a mid-air explosion, perhaps from a smuggled device, though no debris washed ashore. The plane's transponder was off, suggesting intent, but whose others imagine a time slip, a fold in reality where the jet drifted beyond our world, a tale whispered in pilots' lore of lost moments. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the dusk. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Buddhist thought, the 727's flight is a lesson in sunyata, the emptiness that holds all possibility. In Hindu tradition, the sky is Indra's realm, a god who guides travelers. Could the plane be his charge, soaring in divine silence? You picture Padilla not fallen, but lifted into a realm where stars are lanterns, his plane a spark in the divine flame. To the mystic, Angola's skies are a crossroads where the veil between worlds thins. What would you see if you could peer through that veil? Angola itself speaks its voice, a low chant across centuries. You soar above its rivers, seeing savannas like woven mats, their edges kissed by salt. The Utsuro-bune of 1803, a strange craft from Japanese lore, drifted near these seas, its story a shadow of the 727's. The Kimbundu myths speak of sky beings, their flights hidden in the stars. This land has held them all, rebels, traitors, wings of steel and myth, and kept their tales in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your reverence, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as moonlight. Padilla is the navigator, charting a path through the unknown. The 727 is the wanderer seeking a horizon beyond sight. The sky is the oracle speaking in silences. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own journeys, moments when you set out only to find mystery. What paths have you taken only to find the destination veiled? What skies call you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a whisper against your soul. You rest on a shore of starlit dunes, Angola's breath warm and steady. The Boeing 727 is out there, or perhaps it isn't, perhaps it has become the breeze, rustling the acacias with its quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a wind lifting a seed into dreams where the lost are near. Where does a plane fly when the sky claims its wings? But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture yourself suspended above the Pacific's heart, where the ocean unfolds like a vast, inky scroll, its depths cloaked in a darkness older than the stars. A plane's faint hum trembles through the night, its lights flickering like a lost firefly, then it sinks into the abyss, leaving a silence that feels like the universe holding its breath. You are entering the mystery of a U.S. Army flight that vanished in 1962 over the Mariana Trench, carrying an unknown number of souls. No distress signal, no wreckage, only the echo of a journey swallowed by the ocean's deepest chasm. Tonight you drift in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable wonder lull you towards sleep. You stand at Andersen Air Force Base, Guam, in the early hours of March 1962. A U.S. Army transport plane, likely a Douglas C-47 or C-54, prepares for a routine military flight, its destination obscured by classified records. Aboard are soldiers, perhaps crew and cargo, bound for a Pacific outpost. Details are sparse, veiled by the era's secrecy. The plane lifts off under a moonlit sky, its propellers carving through the humid air. Its path takes it over the Mariana Trench, the Earth's deepest wound, plunging 36,000 feet below the waves. Somewhere above this abyss, the plane vanishes. No radio call for help, no radar trace. Search teams, Navy ships, Air Force planes scour 100,000 square miles of ocean, finding only the sea's endless roll. The trench, a scar of unfathomable depth, keeps its secret. You gaze into its imagined void, feeling the pull of a tale that refuses to rise. What claimed this flight? Science peers into the chasm, offering theories that shimmer like bubbles in the deep. The aircraft, though reliable, faced the Pacific's vastness. Could a sudden engine failure have sent it spiraling into the sea? Or perhaps a fuel miscalculation left it stranded, gliding silently into the waves? Navigation errors are a possibility. The trench's remote expanse offers no landmarks, and a misread star could have led the crew astray. Sabotage whispers through the Cold War's fog. 1962 was a year of tension, and military flights were targets. Could a hidden explosive have detonated, leaving no trace? Weather reports noted clear skies, but a rogue microburst, a rare downdraft, might have struck without warning. The trench's depths, deeper than Everest is high, could hide the wreckage, its currents crushing metal into dust. You sift these ideas, each a fleeting glow in the dark. Now let your spirit wander to sacred realms where the mystery pulses with divine light. In Chamorro tradition, the Pacific is a living ancestor, its depths a home for the Tau-Taumona spirits who guide the lost. The flight souls might be cradled in their care, their stories whispered in the coral's hum. In Christian thought, their vanishing is a mystery of faith, a passage to a realm beyond sight. To the Zen Buddhist, the plane's descent is a mu, a question that frees the mind from form. You imagine the soldiers not gone but drifting in a sea where stars and shadows merge their plane, a lantern in the cosmic deep. In Shinto belief, the ocean is a kami's realm where the departed find peace. What does it mean to fall, you muse, if the fall leads to such eternal tides? The Mariana Trench has long been a vault of secrets. You glide through its history, hearing echoes of other silences. In 1960, the bathyscaphe, Trieste dove into the trench, glimpsing a world no light touches, yet found no trace of lost craft. Centuries ago, Micronesian navigators sailed these waters, their stick charts mapping currents, but some voyages ended in the deep, their fates sung in chants. The Utsuro-bune of 1803, a strange vessel from Japanese lore, drifted near these seas, its occupant, a puzzle. Ancient myths speak of Magellan's men who saw strange lights in the Pacific, their compasses trembling. The trench, a chasm born of tectonic dreams, seems to gather these stories, locking them in its heart. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that weaves this flight into a tapestry of the unseen. Step into the cockpit, now you're the pilot. The controls hum beneath your hands, the Pacific stretching below like a canvas of midnight. Your crew is quiet, their trust, a steady warmth. The trench lies ahead, its presence felt a weight in the air. The stars above guide you, but the horizon feels alive as if it's drawing you near. You feel a shift, not fear, but a soft wonder, as if the sea is whispering your name. The plane glides and the world blurs, slipping into a space where night and water are one. Are you still flying, or have you crossed a hidden veil? The ocean calls its voice a hymn, and you surrender to its gentle embrace. From another shore, you're a searcher on a Navy destroyer scanning the Pacific's endless blue. The flight signal is long gone, and the horizon offers no clues. You sail for weeks, eyes straining for a glint of metal. The trench below seems to pulse its depths, a silent defiance. Families wait their prayers soft as sea spray, naming sons and comrades. Some claim to hear engines in the night, a faint hum over the waves. You hold their hope delicate as a coral branch, knowing it may never bloom. Why do these souls linger? Their light, undimmed by the deep science, stirs again its questions, precise yet elusive. Could the plane have been caught in a magnetic anomaly known in the Pacific, scrambling its instruments, or did a mid-air collision with an unreported craft? Perhaps a Soviet patrol erase it from the sky. Some propose a fuel vapor explosion, a sudden spark that left no trace. The black boxes, if they exist, lie in the trench's crushing depths beyond 1,962's reach. Others imagine a time slip afold in reality where the plane drifted beyond our world, a tale whispered in sailors' lore of lost hours. You weigh these possibilities, each a wave that breaks without sound. In the spiritual realm, the mystery glows anew. In Taoist thought, the ocean is the yin, the dark embrace that holds all beginnings. The flight's vanishing might be a return to this source, its soul swaying in divine silence. In Hindu tradition, the sea is Varuna's realm, a god who guards the cosmic order. Could the plane be his guest, cradled in his tides? You picture the crew not fallen, but lifted into a sky where depths and heights are one, their plane, a spark in the divine flame. To the mystic, the trench is a portal where the veil between worlds thins. What would you see if you could peer into that portal? The trench itself speaks its voice, a low chant across eons. You hover above its waves, seeing currents like veins pulsing with ancient life. The Vimana texts of India describe sky chariots lost to these waters. The Dogon of Mali knew of stars, unseen, their wisdom perhaps carried on these tides. The trench has held them all, explorers, warriors, wings of steel and myth, and kept their tales in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your reverence, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as moonlight. The soldiers are the guardians bearing duty through the night. The plane is the voyager seeking a shore beyond sight. The trench is the abyss holding what cannot be claimed. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own journeys, moments when you ventured into shadow, trusting the unseen. What depths have you faced only to find the truth veiled? What stars guide you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a whisper against your soul. You rest on a shore of starlit mist, the Pacific's breath cool and steady. The flight is out there, or perhaps it isn't, perhaps. It has become the current flowing through the trench with quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence a lullaby, wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a tide, lifting a shell into dreams where the lost are near. What does the trench know that it will never sing? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself wandering across a sea of sand where the Libyan desert stretches like a golden shroud under a sky trembling with heat. A plane's shadow flickers briefly, its engines, a distant murmur, then it dissolves into the haze, leaving only a shimmer that feels like a forgotten dream. You are stepping into the mystery of the Lady Be Good, a B-24 Liberator that vanished in 1943 over this desolate expanse carrying 9 souls. Its wreckage found years later offered no clue why the crew abandoned it, mid-flight only a silence that hums with the unknowable. Tonight you rest in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe guide you towards sleep. You're at Saluch Airfield, Libya, the 4th of April, 1943, where the Lady Be Good, a heavy bomber of the U.S. Army Air Forces, prepares for a mission over Naples, Italy. Aboard are 9 young crewmen led by Lieutenant William Hatton, a novice pilot on his first combat run. The B-24 lifts off at dusk, joining a formation targeting Axis ports. The mission falters high winds, and poor visibility scatter the planes. Hours later, the Lady Be Good fails to return. No distress call, no sightings. Search teams scour the Mediterranean, assuming a sea crash, but find nothing. In 1958, oil surveyors spot wreckage 440 miles inland in the Libyan desert's heart. The plane is intact, its crew gone, their remains later found miles away with diaries hinting at a desperate trek. You stand amid the dunes, feeling the sands whisper a tale that refuses to settle. What claimed the Lady Be Good science peers into the desert's glare, offering theories that dance like heat waves. The B-24 was robust, but the crew was green. Could navigational error have led Hatton far south, mistaking the desert for the sea? The plane's compasses may have failed, skewed by the Sahara's magnetic quirks. Fuel exhaustion is another thread. Circling in confusion could have drained the tanks, forcing a belly landing. Some suggest a sandstorm, though records show clear skies. Mechanical failure like a severed fuel line might have prompted the crew to bail out, believing they were over water. The wreckage preserved by the dry air showed no crash damage, only an eerie stillness. Could the crew have misread their altitude, parachuting into a desert they thought was sea? You trace these ideas, each a grain of sand slipping through your fingers. Shift your heart to the spiritual, where the mystery glows with sacred resonance. In Bedouin lore, the desert is a realm of jinn spirits who guide or mislead travelers. The Lady Be Good's crew might be their guests, their souls woven into the wind's chant. In Christian mysticism, their vanishing evokes the wilderness, a place of trial and transcendence. To the Sufi, the desert is a mirror of the divine, where the lost find unity in silence. You imagine the airmen not gone, but drifting in a realm where dunes and stars are one their plane, a relic of their ascent. In ancient Egyptian belief, the desert is Anubis's domain, a guardian of souls crossing to the afterlife. What does it mean to wander, you muse, if the journey leads to such eternal sands? The Libyan desert has long cradled secrets. You glide through its history, hearing echoes of other mysteries. In 1927, the Mississippi, an Italian seaplane, vanished in these sands, its crew lost to the dunes. Centuries ago, the Persian army of Cambyses II, 50,000 strong, was swallowed by a sandstorm here, their armor still sought by archaeologists. The Garama civilization, ancient Saharan traders left ruins in the desert, their fate a riddle. Older myths speak of Zerzura, a lost oasis, its white walls hidden in the sands. The Sahara, a vast canvas of time, seems to collect these stories, burying them in its folds. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that weaves the Lady Be Good into a tapestry of the unseen. Now you're aboard the B-24, seated among the crew. The cabin vibrates cold and dim, the desert below a golden blur. You're a gunner, your eyes scanning the dark for enemy fighters. Hatton's voice crackles over the intercom, uncertain but steady. The fuel gauge dips, and the stars above seem to shift, their patterns unfamiliar. You feel a shift, not panic, but a quiet awe, as if the desert is calling you home. The crew decides to bail, believing the sea lies below. You leap, parachute billowing, and land in soft sand, the plane's hum fading. Are you lost or found? The dunes hum their song a lullaby, and you surrender to their embrace. Stand now in the desert, 1958. You're an oil surveyor. The Lady Be Good lies before you, its fuselage gleaming like a forgotten shrine. Radios still work, coffee thermos intact, as if the crew might return. You find a diary nearby, its pages brittle, no water, walk 20 miles. The crew's remains scattered miles apart tell of a desperate march under a merciless sun. You trace their footprints faint in the sand and wonder at their courage. Families mourn their letters, soft as mirages, naming sons lost to the war. Some claim to see the plane in dreams soaring over golden dunes. You hold their grief delicate as a desert bloom, knowing it may never fade. Why do these steps echo long after the sand settles? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could a radio malfunction have cut the crew off, leaving them to misjudge their position? Or did the desert's optical illusions, mirages mimicking water, trick Hatton into thinking he was over the sea? Some propose a tailwind unreported that pushed the plane far south, beyond its fuel range. The black boxes, if they existed, were never found buried by shifting sands. Others imagine a psychological lapse exhaustion from the mission clouding the crew's judgment, leading to a fatal error. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the heat. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Islamic thought, the desert is a place of tajalli, divine revelation, where the lost find truth in silence. The Lady Be Good's crew might be seekers welcomed into Allah's light. In Hindu tradition, the sands are a tirtha, a crossing place where souls transcend. Could the plane be their chariot, soaring in divine silence? You picture the airmen not fallen, but lifted into a sky where dunes pierce eternity, their plane a spark in the divine flame. To the mystic, the Sahara is a canvas, its silences, a scripture of the heart. What would you write if the desert lent you its quill? The Sahara itself speaks its voice, a low chant across millennia. You soar above its dunes, seeing oases like scattered jewels, their palms swaying in the wind. The Nok culture's terracotta figures buried here, whisper of ancient skies known to the sands. The Tassili rock art depicting sky beings hints at flights the desert might have seen. This expanse has held them all nomads, warriors, wings of steel and myth, and kept their tales in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your reverence, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as twilight. The crew are the wanderers seeking a path through the void. The B-24 is the relic, a vessel left behind. The desert is the oracle, speaking in silences. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own journeys, moments when you walked alone, trusting the unseen. What deserts have you crossed only to find the oasis veiled? What winds guide you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a whisper against your soul. You rest on a dune of starlit sand, the Sahara's breath warm and steady. The Lady Be Good is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the mirage, shimmering at the edge of sight. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a breeze, lifting a grain into dreams where the lost are near. What does the desert hide that it will never sing? So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision yourself floating above the Atlantic's restless expanse, where the ocean weaves a tapestry of midnight hues, its waves catching fleeting glimmers of moonlight. A plane's silhouette hums softly its lights, a delicate pulse against the night. Then it tilts downward, vanishing into the sea's quiet embrace, leaving a stillness that feels like a held breath. You are stepping into the mystery of EgyptAir Flight 990, a Boeing 767 that plunged into the Atlantic off Nantucket in 1999, carrying 217 souls. No mechanical failure explained. Its sudden descent only whispers of human intent veiled in shadow. Tonight you rest in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable wonder guide you towards sleep. You're at John F. Kennedy International Airport, New York, the 31st of October 1999, where Flight 990, a sleek airliner, prepares for a transatlantic journey to Cairo. Aboard are 203 passengers, doctors, tourists, students, and 14 crew members led by Captain Ahmed El-Habashi, with Relief First Officer Gamil Al-Batouti at the controls. The plane lifts off at 1:20 a.m., climbing smoothly into a star-strewn sky. 30 minutes later, at 33,000 feet, 60 miles south of Nantucket, it dives. Radar tracks a near-vertical plunge, the 767 reaching 0.99 Mach before shattering into the sea. No distress call, no debris field save scattered fragments. Search teams, U.S. Navy Coast Guard recover the black boxes, but the truth remains elusive. You stand on an imagined shore, the Atlantic's murmur, a lullaby, its story hidden in the deep. What claimed Flight 990 science peers into the wreckage, offering theories that flicker like lanterns on the waves. The flight data recorder shows the autopilot disengaged, elevators pushed full down, and engines cut to idle actions, suggesting deliberate control. The U.S. National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, concluded Al-Batouti, alone in the cockpit, initiated the dive, citing his words on the voice recorder, "I rely on God." Yet Egypt's investigators disputed this, pointing to no clear motive. Could a mechanical glitch like a faulty elevator actuator have locked the controls? Or did a hydraulic failure mimic human input? Some propose a sudden atmospheric anomaly, a clear air turbulence or pressure wave, though weather was calm. Sabotage lingers in the air. 1999 saw global tensions, and a hidden device could have disrupted systems. The ocean's 230-foot depth yielded fragments, but no definitive cause. You trace these ideas, each a ripple, dissolving into foam. Shift your spirit now to sacred realms where the mystery glows with divine light. In Coptic Christian tradition, the sea is a place of baptism, a passage to eternal life. Flight 990 souls might be cradled in this sacred tide, their journey a return to the divine. In Islamic mysticism, the plunge is a sir, a secret known only to Allah, guiding the heart to surrender. To the Buddhist, the dive is a fleeting samsara, a cycle of form dissolving into emptiness. You imagine the passengers not lost but drifting in a realm where waves and stars entwine their plane, a vessel of light. In ancient Egyptian belief, the sea is Nun, the primordial chaos where souls are reborn. What does it mean to descend, you muse, if the fall leads to such celestial shores? The Atlantic off Nantucket has long whispered secrets. You glide through its history, hearing echoes of other mysteries. In 1996, TWA Flight 800 exploded nearby, its cause debated despite wreckage recovery. Centuries ago, Wampanoag sailors navigated these waters, their canoes sometimes lost to sudden squalls, their fates sung in tribal tales. The Mary Celeste, found derelict in 1872, drifted through these seas, its crew vanished without trace. Older myths speak of Poseidon's wrath stirring storms to claim ships. The Atlantic, a liquid chronicle, seems to gather these stories, folding them into its tides. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that weaves Flight 990 into a lineage of the unseen. Now you're aboard the Boeing 767, seated among the passengers. The cabin is dim, a soft hum of voices, parents soothing children, friends sharing dreams. You glance out the window where the Atlantic glints like obsidian. The plane levels off and a strange calm settles, as if the night is holding you close. You feel a shift, not fear, but a quiet awe, as if the sea is unveiling a truth. The world tilts, and the plane descends, gliding into a space where time softens. Are you awake or dreaming? The ocean sings its voice a chant, and you surrender to its gentle call. From another vantage, you're a Coast Guard diver plunging into the Atlantic's chill. The wreckage lies scattered, a mosaic of metal and memory. You recover fragments, a seat, a suitcase, but the black boxes, though found, offer only partial truths. Al Batuti's voice loops in your mind, calm yet cryptic. On shore, families gather, their prayers rising like seabirds naming loved ones. Some claim to see the plane in visions soaring over a silver tide. You hold their grief delicate as a shell, knowing it may never find rest. Why do these voices linger, etched in the heart's quiet depths? Science stirs again, its questions sharp yet soft. Could a software glitch have misread pilot inputs, locking the plane in its dive? Or did a rare control jam, like a stuck rudder, mimic deliberate action? Some propose a medical emergency, Al Batuti suffering a stroke or seizure, though no evidence supports this. The NTSB's human intent theory sparked debate. Cultural misreadings or translation errors may have skewed the recorder's words. Others imagine a covert operation, a targeted act erased from records, though no proof exists. The wreckage, fragmented by impact, held no smoking gun. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath fading into the mist. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Jewish thought, the sea is a place of Tehom, the primal deep where God's mysteries dwell. Flight 990's plunge might be a return to this source, its soul swaying in divine silence. In Hindu tradition, the ocean is a sagara, a vast womb. Could the plane be cradled in its rhythm? You picture the crew not fallen but lifted into a sky, where waves pierce eternity, their plane a spark in the divine flame. To the mystic, the Atlantic is a mirror reflecting the soul's own secrets. What would you see if you gazed into that mirror? The Atlantic speaks its voice, a low chant across eons. You soar above its currents, seeing islands like scattered pearls, their shores kissed by foam. The Bermuda Triangle nearby has claimed ships and planes, its lore echoing Flight 990's silence. The Antikythera wreck, a Greek trader from 100 BCE, rests in these waters, its star tracker a riddle. This sea has held them all, sailors, seekers, wings of steel and myth, and kept their tales in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your reverence, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as moonlight. The passengers are the pilgrims seeking paths through the night. The Boeing is the chariot bearing them to the unknown. The ocean is the oracle speaking in silences. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own journeys, moments when you sought meaning only to find mystery. What truths have you chased, only to find the path veiled? What seas call you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a whisper against your soul. You rest on a shore of starlit spray, the Atlantic's breath cool and steady. Flight 990 is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the tide touching every coast with its quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a wave, lifting a leaf into dreams where the lost are near. What does the ocean know that it will never whisper? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself gliding through a twilight sky high above the Peruvian desert, where the earth unfurls like a canvas of burnished gold, etched with vast figures that shimmer under the fading sun. A condor's wings stretch wide, a spider crawls across the sand, and a hummingbird hovers, each visible only from your lofty perch, as if the ground itself is whispering to the heavens. You are entering the mystery of the Nazca lines, ancient geoglyphs carved into Peru's arid plains, hinting at a civilization with knowledge of the skies. Their purpose and creators remain veiled, a riddle that hums with timeless wonder. Tonight you drift in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe lull you towards sleep. You stand on the Nazca Plateau, a barren expanse 250 miles south of Lima, where the desert's surface is a mosaic of gravel and clay, scorched by centuries of sun. Between 500 BCE and 500 CE, the Nazca people, or perhaps another unknown culture, etched over 800 geoglyphs here, some stretching nearly a mile. Giant figures of animals, plants, and humans join intricate spirals and trapezoids visible only from above. Discovered in the 1920s by pilots, the lines were created by removing dark pebbles to reveal lighter soil, their precision defying the era's tools. No records explain their purpose. No trace reveals how they were designed. You walk their edges, feeling the desert's breath, a secret that refuses to rise from the sand. What do the Nazca lines mean? Science peers into the dust, offering theories that flicker like shadows at dusk. Perhaps they were astronomical calendars, aligning with solstices, or constellations guiding planting cycles. Yet many figures like the monkey or whale don't match celestial patterns. Some suggest ritual pathways walked in ceremonies to honor deities, though the aerial view implies a loftier intent. Could they be markers for water sources vital in this parched land? Trapezoids point to aquifers, but not consistently. Others propose they guided trade routes visible to highland travelers, yet the desert's isolation challenges this. A bold theory whispers of flight hot air balloons or kites, allowing the Nazca to survey their work, though no evidence of such technology exists. The line's preservation, ode to the desert's dryness, hides no tools or plans, only their silent forms. You trace these ideas, each a breeze that stirs the sand without settling. Now let your spirit soar to sacred realms where the mystery pulses with divine light. In Andean cosmology, the earth is Pachamama, a living mother whose lines might be her veins drawn to commune with the sky gods. The Nazca's souls could be dancing in these shapes, their prayers etched for celestial eyes. In Christian mysticism, the geoglyphs evoke a divine blueprint, a map to the eternal unseen by earthly feet. To the Buddhist, they are a mandala, a meditation on impermanence, their forms fading into the desert's breath. You imagine the creators not vanished, but woven into the stars, their lines a hymn to the cosmos. In shamanic traditions, the desert is a spirit realm where the condor carries souls to other worlds. What does it mean to draw for the sky, you muse, if the sky answers in silence? The Nazca Plateau has long cradled secrets. You wander through its history, hearing echoes of other enigmas. Nearby, the Paracas Candelabra, a massive geoglyph carved into a hillside, glows under moonlight, its purpose equally obscure. Centuries later, Inca runners vanished in these deserts, their messages lost to the sands. The Wari culture neighbors to the Nazca built cities that crumbled without trace, their fates a riddle. Older myths speak of Viracocha, a creator god who walked these plains, leaving signs for those who fly. The desert, a keeper of time, seems to gather these stories, burying them in its golden folds. You feel its ancient pulse, a rhythm that weaves the Nazca lines into a lineage of the unseen. Step into the desert now, you're a Nazca artisan. Your hands sweep pebbles aside, guided by a vision you cannot name. The condor takes shape beneath your feet, its wings stretching as if to soar. You work by starlight, the sky a vast scroll, its constellations, whispering patterns only your heart understands. The elders chant their voices, a thread binding earth to heavens. You feel a shift, not effort, but reverence, as if the ground is alive with purpose. Are you drawing for gods or for those yet to fly? The desert hums its song a lullaby, and you surrender to its timeless call. From another vantage, you're a pilot in 1927 soaring over the Nazca. The lines appear below a gallery of giant spider lizard tree, etched with impossible precision. You circle your breath, catching radioing the discovery to a world unaware. Decades later, you revisit the site, walking the lines with archaeologists. Their tools find no blueprints, no scaffolds, only the desert silence. Locals speak of sky beings, their tales soft as dusk, claiming the lines were gifts for those above. You hold their wonder delicate as a feather, knowing it may never find words. Why do these shapes sing long after their makers fade? Science stirs again its questions, precise yet elusive. Could the lines be a map charting sacred sites across the Andes? Some align with distant peaks, but not all. Or did the Nazca use simple tools, ropes, and stakes to scale their art, a feat of geometry we underestimate? Some propose acoustic properties, the trapezoids amplifying chants for skyward rituals, though tests are inconclusive. Others imagine extraterrestrial guidance, a theory born of the line's aerial view, yet no artifacts support it. The desert's surface, undisturbed for millennia, hides no answers, only the geoglyph's silent gaze. You weigh these possibilities, each a star that dims before it guides. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Quechua thought the sky is Inti, the sun god, and the lines might be mirrors for his light reflecting prayers to the heavens. In Taoist tradition, the geoglyphs are a flow of qi, the earth's energy drawn for cosmic harmony. You picture the Nazca not lost, but lifted into a realm where earth and sky are one, their lines, a bridge to the divine. To the mystic, the desert is a scripture, its shapes a language of the soul. What would you draw if the stars lent you their quill? The desert itself speaks its voice, a low chant across ages. You soar above the Nazca lines, seeing their forms like silver threads in the sand. The Chavin culture's stone carvings nearby whisper of sky beasts known to these plains. The Moche's celestial warriors, their flights perhaps etched in these sands. This desert has seen them all, shamans, traders, dreamers, and kept their stories in its golden heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your awe, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as their light breaks dawn's veil. The Nazca are the dreamweavers crafting visions for unseen eyes. The geoglyphs are the sacred script, a message beyond time. The desert is the eternal canvas, holding what cannot be grasped. These figures stir within your thoughts, reflecting your own creations, hopes, prayers, art sent into the void. What have you carved only to find its purpose veiled? What skies beckon you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a pulse against your heart. You rest on a ridge of starlit sand, the desert's breath warm and steady. The Nazca lines are out there eternal, yet silent their purpose, a mystery that needs no answer. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a haven, a sanctuary, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a wind, lifting a seed into dreams where the unseen soar. What do the lines whisper when only the sky can hear? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself seated in a candlelit library where shadows dance across ancient shelves and the air hums with the weight of unspoken stories. Before you lies an open book, its vellum pages glowing softly adorned with cryptic script and drawings of stars that no sky has ever held. You are stepping into the mystery of the Voynich Manuscript, a medieval codex from the 15th century, its text undeciphered and its illustrations, constellations, unknown machines resembling flight defying all explanation. Its origins and meaning remain a silent enigma, a whisper from a world beyond reach. Tonight you linger in this mystery, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe cradle you towards sleep. You stand in the Beinecke Rare Book Library at Yale, where the Voynich manuscript rests, a small, unassuming volume of 240 pages, bound in vellum, its ink faded but vivid. Carbon dated to 1404-1438, it surfaced in 1912 when antiquarian Wilfrid Voynich acquired it from a Jesuit college in Italy. Its script, a flowing cipher of unknown letters, resists all decryption, defying linguists, cryptographers, and AI. The illustrations are stranger still. Plants that match no known species, women bathing in green pools, and celestial charts with stars and orbits unseen in any sky. Diagrams resembling winged machines or balloons hint at aviation, yet no such technology existed in medieval Europe. No author, no provenance, only a trail of owners from alchemists to emperors, each baffled by its secrets. You trace its pages with your eyes, feeling the pull of a language that speaks without sound. What is the Voynich manuscript? Science peers into its ink, offering theories that shimmer like moonlight on water. Perhaps it's a ciphered herbal encoding medieval botanical knowledge, though the plants defy identification. Could it be a hoax crafted by a Renaissance trickster to fool wealthy patrons? Yet the script's complexity, consistent grammar, word frequency suggests intent, not nonsense. Some propose a lost language, perhaps from an isolated culture, though no trace of such a tongue exists. Others see an astronomical treatise, the star charts mapping a forgotten cosmology, but the constellations align with no known sky. A bold hypothesis whispers of flight diagrams resembling gliders or balloons, implying aerial knowledge, though medieval technology offers no parallel. Computational analysis finds patterns akin to natural languages, yet no key unlocks the code. You sift these ideas, each a candle flickering in the dark. Now let your spirit drift to sacred realms where the mystery glows with divine resonance. In Kabbalistic thought, the manuscript might be a Sefer Razim, a book of secrets, revealing God's hidden order. Its script could be a celestial tongue spoken by angels to guide the soul. In Christian mysticism, it evokes the book of life, its pages, a map to eternity, unread by mortal eyes. To the Zen practitioner, its undeciphered text is a koan, a riddle that frees the mind from meaning. You imagine the scribe not lost in obscurity but bound to the stars, their words a prayer etched in the cosmos. In Mesoamerican traditions, the sky is a realm of feathered gods, and the manuscript's wings might honor those who soared in spirit. What does it mean to write for the unknown, you muse, if the words sing to the stars? The manuscript's path weaves through a history of enigmas. You wander through time, hearing echoes of other mysteries. In 1456, the Vinland map, another cryptic codex, surfaced, its Norse origins debated. Centuries earlier, alchemist Roger Bacon penned coded texts, their secrets lost to fire. The Rongorongo tablets of Easter Island, with their undeciphered glyphs, mirror the Voynich's silence. Older myths speak of Thoth, the Egyptian god of writing, who hid knowledge in scripts only gods could read. Europe's medieval courts, alive with alchemical quests, seem to cradle the manuscript, their shadows hiding its truth. You feel their ancient rhythm, a pulse that ties the Voynich to a lineage of the unspoken. Step into a scriptorium, now you're the scribe. Your quill dips into ink, tracing loops and curls that flow like a river no one can name. Around you, parchment rustles and starlight spills through a window, guiding your hand. You draw a condor-like machine, its wings poised for flight, and stars that dance in patterns only your heart sees. The words you write hum with purpose, yet their meaning eludes even you. Are you encoding wisdom or dreaming for the future? The candle flickers its glow, a lullaby, and you surrender to the mystery's embrace, trusting the page's silent song. From another vantage, you're a cryptographer in 2025, poring over digital scans of the Voynich. Algorithms churn, seeking patterns, but the script resists, its letters a maze without end. You study the star charts, their orbits alien, and the winged diagrams, their forms defying physics. Colleagues debate, was it a monk's fantasy, a merchant's ruse, or a genius's code? You walk the Beinecke's halls, where the manuscript rests, its presence a quiet weight. Scholars before you, alchemists, spies, linguists, left only questions. Some claim to hear whispers in the text, a faint chant in their dreams. You hold their wonder delicate as a vellum page, knowing it may never find voice. Why does this script haunt long after the ink dries? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could the manuscript be a constructed language like Tolkien's Elvish, crafted for a secret society? Its syntax suggests structure, but no Rosetta Stone exists. Or was it a ciphered medical text hiding remedies from prying eyes? The bathing women and root-like plants hint at healing, yet no herb matches. Some propose a proto-scientific work blending astronomy and early flight, though no culture of the time aligns. Others imagine a traveler's record brought from Asia or the Americas, its script a lost dialect. Machine learning finds no match in known languages, leaving only silence. You weigh these possibilities each, a breath that fades into the dusk. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Gnostic thought, the manuscript might be a map of the pleroma, the divine fullness beyond the world. Its stars could guide the soul through cosmic veils. In Hindu tradition, the script is a mantra, its sound vibrating with creation even if unspoken. You picture the scribe not bound to earth but soaring in a sky where words are light, their manuscript a beacon for the divine. To the mystic, the Voynich is a mirror reflecting the heart's own secrets. What would you write if the stars lent you their tongue? The manuscript itself speaks its voice, a low chant across centuries. You hover above its pages, seeing plants like living riddles, stars like unlit lanterns. The Codex Seraphinianus, a 20th century echo, mimics its strangeness, yet lacks its depth. The Hypnerotomachia Polyphili, a 1499 dream text weaves similar mysteries, its meaning half-glimpsed. The Voynich has passed through hands, alchemists, kings, scholars, and kept its silence a guardian of its own truth. You sense its power, a keeper who asks only for your awe, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as candlelight. The scribe is the visionary weaving truths beyond time. The manuscript is the oracle speaking in riddles. The stars are the guides leading to unseen shores. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own quests, moments when you sought meaning only to find mystery. What have you written only to find its truth veiled? What skies call you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a pulse against your heart. You rest in a library of starlit shelves, the manuscript's breath warm and steady. The Voynich is here, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the night, its script written in the stars. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a haven, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a quill, tracing a dream into a world where the unknown shines. What does the manuscript sing when only the stars can read? So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision yourself hovering above the rugged coast of Peru, where the Pacific's waves crash against cliffs like a heartbeat of the earth, and a hillside glows under starlight etched with a vast branching figure that seems to beckon the prayed heavens. Its arms reach upward, a silent flame carved in stone, as if guiding travelers from a sky long forgotten. You are entering the mystery of the Paracas Candelabra, a massive geoglyph on Peru's Paracas Peninsula, resembling a beacon for aerial voyagers. Its purpose and creators, shrouded in time, elude all who seek its truth. Tonight you drift in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe lull you towards sleep. You stand on the windswept slopes of the Paracas Peninsula, 120 miles south of Lima, where the desert meets the sea in a dance of sand and salt. The Candelabra, a geoglyph over 600 feet tall, is carved into a hillside, its trenches up to 4 feet deep, exposing pale soil beneath the darkened crust. Dated to around 200 BCE, it is linked to the Paracas culture, a people known for intricate textiles and cranial artistry, yet no records reveal its meaning. Shaped like a trident or a branching cactus, it faces the ocean, visible from 12 miles out to sea or from the air above. Its preservation, owed to the arid climate, offers no tools, no clues, only its silent gaze toward the sky. You trace its lines with your eyes, feeling the Earth's pulse, a secret that hums beneath the surface. What does the candelabra signify? Science gazes into the stone, offering theories that flicker like firelight on water. Perhaps it was a maritime beacon guiding Paracas fishermen through coastal fogs, its shape a signal of safe harbor. Yet its size and skyward orientation suggest a loftier purpose. Could it be an astronomical marker aligned with solstices or constellations to track seasons? Tests show no clear celestial ties. Some propose a ritual symbol carved to honor deities of sea or sky, though no Paracas myths confirm this. Others suggest a territorial claim visible to rival cultures from afar, but the peninsula's isolation weakens this idea. A daring hypothesis whispers of aerial navigation, a sign for ancient balloonists or mythical flyers, though no evidence of such technology exists. You sift these possibilities, each a wave that curls and fades. Shift your spirit now to sacred realms where the mystery glows with divine resonance. In Andean belief, the earth is a living Pachamama, and the Candelabra might be her signature, a prayer etched for sky gods like Inti the sun. Its creators could be chanting still, their souls woven into the cliff's eternal song. In Christian mysticism, the geoglyph evokes a cross, a bridge to the divine, its arms reaching for salvation. To the Buddhist, it is a stupa, a monument to enlightenment, its form guiding the heart upward. You imagine the Paracas not vanished, but soaring in a realm where earth and sky entwine their symbol, a flame in the cosmic hearth. In Quechua lore, the sea is Mama Cocha, a mother who cradles such offerings. What does it mean to carve for the heavens, you muse, if the heavens answer in silence? The Paracas Peninsula has long held secrets. You wander through its history, hearing whispers of other enigmas. The nearby Nazca Line's geoglyphs, visible only from above, echo the Candelabra's aerial mystery, their purpose equally obscure. Centuries later, Inca ships vanished off these coasts, their crews lost to sudden squalls, their fates sung in Quechua tales. The Chavin culture, older neighbors carved stone eagles that seem to soar, hinting at skyward knowledge. Ancient myths speak of Supe, a spirit of the underworld luring travelers into the cliffs. The peninsula, a crossroads of sea and sand, seems to collect these stories, hiding them in its rugged folds. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that binds the Candelabra to a lineage of the unseen. Step onto the hillside now, you're a Paracas artisan. Your hands wield stone tools, scraping earth to shape the Candelabra's arms, guided by a vision that burns in your soul. The sea roars below its spray, a blessing, and the stars above pulse like a heartbeat. You work in silence, the elders chant a distant hum, their words calling to beings unseen. The geoglyph grows its form, a bridge to the sky, yet its meaning feels just beyond your grasp. Are you signaling gods or dreamers yet to come? The cliffs hum their song a lullaby, and you surrender to their timeless call. From another vantage, you're a sailor in 1843, navigating the Paracas Bay. The Candelabra looms on the hillside, its trident shape glowing under moonlight, a beacon through the fog. You steer closer, awestruck, noting its size in your log. Centuries later, you return as an archaeologist, mapping the geoglyph with drones. The trenches hold no artifacts, no bones, only the desert's silence. Locals speak of sky visitors, their tales soft as dawn, claiming the Candelabra was carved for those who fly. You hold their wonder delicate as a seashell, knowing it may never find voice. Why does this symbol endure long after its makers fade? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could the Candelabra be a seismic marker, carved to signal fault lines in this quake-prone land? Its orientation follows no known faults. Or was it a fertility symbol, its branching form mimicking a cactus, vital to desert life? No, Paracas art confirms this. Some propose a navigational aid for highland traders visible from Andean passes, though the sea-facing design challenges this. Others imagine a celestial ritual, the geoglyph amplifying chants to the stars, yet no acoustic evidence supports it. The desert surface, undisturbed for millennia, offers no answers, only the Candelabra's silent reach. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the dusk. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Aymara thought the sky is a realm of Alapa, the thunder god, and the Candelabra might be his altar, sparking prayers for rain. In Taoist tradition, the geoglyph is a flow of chi balancing earth and sky in eternal harmony. You picture the Paracas not lost but lifted into a realm where cliffs pierce the stars, their symbol a beacon for the divine. To the mystic, the peninsula is a threshold where the veil between worlds thins. What would you see if you could cross that threshold? The peninsula itself speaks its voice, a low chant across eons. You soar above its cliffs, seeing waves like silver threads, their foam kissing the shore. The Moche culture's sky warriors carved nearby hint at flights the peninsula might have known. The Huari's lost cities buried in these sands whisper of skies unseen. This coast has held them all, fishers, priests, dreamers, and kept their stories in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your awe, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as starlight. The Paracas are the sky watchers, crafting signs for unseen eyes. The Candelabra is the flame burning for eternity. The cliffs are the altar holding what cannot be grasped. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own aspirations, hopes, prayers, signs sent into the void. What have you signaled only to find its meaning veiled? What horizons beckon you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a pulse against your heart. You rest on a cliff of starlit stone, the Pacific's breath cool and steady. The Candelabra is there eternal, yet silent its purpose, a mystery that needs no answer. You seek no truth tonight. The Enigma is a haven, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a tide, lifting a shell into dreams where the unseen soar. What does the Candelabra light when only the sky can see? But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture yourself standing on a windswept shore in Japan, where the Pacific's waves lap gently at your feet, and the horizon glows with a dawn that seems to hold its breath. A strange vessel bobs in the tide, its metallic hull glinting like a star fallen to earth, its shape unlike any boat you've ever seen. You are stepping into the mystery of the Utsuro-bune, a hollow metallic craft that washed ashore in 1803, recorded in Japanese chronicles as a possible aerial vessel from an unknown realm. Its origin and purpose remain veiled a whisper from a world beyond grasp. Tonight you linger in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe lull you towards sleep. You're in Hitachi Province, Japan, the 22nd of February 1803, on a beach near Hariadori village. Fishermen, their nets heavy with the morning's catch spot, an odd object drifting in the surf. The Utsuro-bune, meaning hollow ship, is unlike any vessel known, a round metallic craft about 10 feet wide with a dome top and crystal-like windows. Its hull, described as iron or bronze, bears strange symbols, and inside a lone woman sits, her pale skin and red hair foreign to the villagers. She speaks no Japanese, clutching a box she guards fiercely. The fishermen, awed and wary, push the craft back to sea, watching it vanish into the waves. 3 Edo period texts, Toin Shosetsu Hyoryukishu and Ume no Kiri, record the tale with sketches of the vessel's unearthly design. No trace of it remains, only the villagers' story etched in ink. You stand on that shore, feeling the tide's pull, a secret that refuses to surface. What was the Utsuro-bune? Science casts its gaze across the waves, offering theories that shimmer like foam under moonlight. Perhaps it was a misidentified boat, a foreign whaler, or Russian craft, drifted off course its occupant, a castaway mistaken for otherworldly. Yet the metallic hull and windows defy 1803's maritime technology. Could it have been a ceremonial vessel crafted by a reclusive artisan, its symbols a lost dialect? No such craft appears in Japanese records. Some propose a natural phenomenon, a whale carcass or floating log embellished by folklore, though the detailed sketches challenge this. A bolder hypothesis whispers of an aerial craft, a proto-balloon, or even extraterrestrial, though no evidence supports such technology in Edo, Japan. Others suggest a hoax, a tale, spun by villagers or scribes, yet the consistency across texts hints at truth. You sift these ideas, each a ripple fading into the sea. Shift your spirit now to sacred realms, where the mystery glows with divine resonance. In Shinto belief, the sea is a realm of kami spirits, who bridge earth and sky. The Utsuro-bune might be a gift from Amaterasu, the sun goddess, its occupant, a messenger from the heavens. In Buddhist thought, the craft is a samsara vessel, ferrying souls through the cycle of existence, its symbols, a map to nirvana. You imagine the woman not lost, but sailing a celestial tide, her box, a relic of divine truth. In Christian mysticism, she evokes an angelic visitor, her craft, a chariot to the eternal. To Ainu traditions, the sea is a mother cradling such mysteries in her arms. What does it mean to arrive from nowhere, you muse, if the journey leads to sacred shores? The shores of Hitachi have long held secrets. You wander through Japan's history, hearing echoes of other enigmas. In 1185, the Battle of Dan-no-Yura saw ships vanish in the Seto Inland Sea, their crews claimed by ghostly tides, their fates sung in Heike Monogatari. Centuries later, Meiji-era sailors spoke of Utsuro-bune ghost ships drifting with no crew. The Kojiki myths tell of Izanagi, who crossed seas to other realms, his journeys veiled in mist. Older tales whisper of Tennin's celestial maidens descending in feathered robes, their origins unknown. Japan's coasts, a liminal edge of earth and sea, seem to collect these stories, weaving them into their foam. You feel their ancient rhythm, a pulse that binds the Utsuro-bune to a lineage of the unseen. Step onto the beach now. You're a fisherman in 1803. Your hands grip the net's salt, stinging your skin when the Utsuro-bune appears, its hull gleaming like a fallen moon. You approach, heart pounding, peering through its crystal panes. The woman inside meets your gaze, her eyes holding a light you cannot name. She gestures to her box, her voice a melody no tongue can follow. You and your kin, awed, push the craft back to sea, watching it glide into the dawn. Are you sending her home or into eternity? The waves hum their song, a lullaby, and you surrender to their timeless call. From another vantage, you're a scribe in Edo 1803, your brush poised over rice paper. Villagers' tales of the Utsuro-bune reach you, their words vivid with wonder. You sketch its form, round, metallic, winged with strange runes, capturing the woman's enigma. Your heart stirs, sensing truth in their awe. Centuries later, you return as a historian, poring over Toinsho Setsu's faded pages. No wreckage, no artifacts, only the texts and their haunting consistency. Locals still speak of the skyboat, their voices soft as dusk, claiming it visits in dreams. You hold their wonder delicate as a lotus petal, knowing it may never find voice. Why does this craft linger long after the tide recedes? Science stirs again its questions, precise yet elusive. Could the Utsuro-bune be a lost Chinese junk, its design misread by villagers? No such vessels match the sketch's detail. Or was it a ritual object floated in a festival, mistaken for a craft? No Paracas-like tradition exists in Japan. Some propose a meteorological phenomenon, a mirage, or ball lightning woven into myth, though the physicality of the hull defies this. Others imagine a secret experiment, a Tokugawa-era prototype balloon lost to history's silence. Modern scans of the texts reveal no hidden codes, only the mystery's depth. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the mist. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Taoist thought, the Utsuro-bune is a vessel of Xian immortals who ride the clouds, its symbols a map to their realm. In Hindu tradition, it evokes Vimana's sky chariots of the gods, landing briefly on mortal shores. You picture the woman not stranded but lifted into a sky where stars are lanterns, her craft a spark in the divine flame. To the mystic Japan, seas are a threshold where the veil between worlds thins. What would you see if you could cross that threshold? The Pacific itself speaks its voice, a low chant across eons. You soar above its tides, seeing shores like scattered pearls, their waves kissing the sand. The Nazca lines far across the sea echo the Utsuro-bune's skyward call, their purpose veiled. The Quimbaya gold figures jet-like hint at flights the Pacific might have known. This ocean has held them all, sailors, shamans, wings of steel and myth, and kept their stories in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your reverence, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as starlight. The woman is the emissary bearing truths beyond words. The Utsuro-bune is the vessel sailing to unseen horizons. The sea is the keeper holding what cannot be grasped. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own journeys, moments when you glimpse the unknown only to let it slip away. What have you met only to find its meaning veiled? What tides beckon you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a pulse against your heart. You rest on a shore of starlit foam, the Pacific's breath cool and steady. The Utsuro-bune is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the mist curling over the waves with quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a wave lifting a shell into dreams where the unseen drift. What does the sea cradle when only the stars can see? So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision yourself adrift on a twilight sea where the Atlantic's waves ripple like a silken veil beneath a sky heavy with unspoken secrets. A plane's lights flicker briefly, a constellation born and extinguished in a heartbeat, leaving a plume of fire that fades into the ocean's quiet embrace. You are stepping into the mystery of TWA Flight 800, a Boeing 747 that exploded off Long Island in 1996, claiming 230 souls. Despite the recovery of its wreckage, the cause, mechanical or external, remains a whispered debate, a riddle cloaked in the unknowable. Tonight you rest in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe lull you towards sleep. You stand at John F. Kennedy International Airport, New York, the 17th of July 1996, where TWA Flight 800, a gleaming airliner, prepares for its transatlantic journey to Paris. Aboard are 212 passengers, students, families, honeymooners, and 18 crew members, led by Captain Ralph Kevorkian, a veteran pilot. The Boeing 747 lifts off at 8:19 p.m., climbing into a summer sky painted with hues of dusk. 12 minutes later, at 13,700 feet, 10 miles off Long Island's coast, a fireball erupts. Witnesses on shore see a streak of light, a blast, and debris raining into the Atlantic. No distress call reaches air traffic control. A massive search, Navy divers, FBI agents, NTSB investigators recovers 95% of the wreckage from 120 feet of water, but the cause remains elusive. You gaze into the sea's depths, feeling the pull of a story that refuses to surface. What shattered Flight 800 science dives into the wreckage, offering theories that shimmer like phosphorescence in the dark. The National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, concluded a spark in the center fuel tank, likely from faulty wiring ignited vapors, causing the explosion. Yet the tank's design was standard, and no definitive spark source was found. Some propose a mechanical failure elsewhere, a fractured engine blade or hydraulic surge triggering a chain reaction, though wreckage shows no such damage. Others, fueled by witness reports of a streak, suggest an external cause, a missile perhaps from a military exercise or terrorist act, though no radar or debris supports this. Electromagnetic interference, possibly from nearby ships, could have disrupted systems, but tests found no anomalies. A rare meteorological event like a lightning strike in clear skies might have ignited the tank, yet weather was calm. You trace these ideas, each a glint that fades into the tide. Shift your heart now to sacred realms where the mystery pulses with divine resonance. In Catholic tradition, the sea is a cradle of redemption, and Flight 800's souls might rest in its eternal arms, their passage a step toward the divine. In Islamic thought, the explosion is a qadr, a moment woven by Allah's will, guiding hearts to surrender. To the Buddhist, the plane's arc is a fleeting maya, dissolving into the boundless emptiness of truth. You imagine the passengers not lost, but drifting in a realm where sea and stars entwine their plane, a spark in the cosmic dance. In Native American beliefs, the Atlantic is a spirit path, guiding the departed to ancestral shores. What does it mean to fall, you muse, if the fall leads to such radiant tides? The waters off Long Island have long whispered secrets. You wander through their history, hearing echoes of other enigmas. In 1999, EgyptAir Flight 990 plunged nearby, its cause debated between intent and mechanics. Centuries ago, Lenape fishers vanished in these currents, their canoes claimed by sudden squalls, their fates sung in tribal lore. The USS Cyclops, a Navy collier, disappeared in 1918 near the Bermuda Triangle's edge, its 309 crew leaving no trace. Older myths speak of sea spirits luring sailors into the deep with songs only the heart hears. The Atlantic, a chronicle of loss and wonder, seems to gather these stories, folding them into its waves. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that weaves Flight 800 into a lineage of the unseen. Step into the cabin now. You're a passenger on the Boeing 747. The hum of engines wraps around you, a lullaby of motion. You're a student, your journal open sketching dreams of Paris. The window frames a sky of deepening blue, and the laughter of a nearby family warms the air. The plane climbs and a soft stillness settles as if the night is cradling you close. You feel a shift, not fear, but a quiet awe, as if the stars are whispering your name. The world flashes bright, then softens, slipping into a space where time unravels. Are you still flying, or have you crossed a hidden veil? The sea calls its voice a chant, and you surrender to its gentle embrace. From another shore, you're a diver in the Atlantic, 1996, descending into the ocean's chill. The wreckage of Flight 800 lies scattered, a mosaic of steel and sorrow. You recover fragments, a child's shoe, a wedding ring, each heavy with untold stories. The black boxes retrieved offer data but no certainty. On shore, families gather, their prayers rising like seabirds naming loved ones. Some claim to see the plane in dreams soaring over a silver tide. You hold their grief delicate as a coral bloom, knowing it may never find rest. Why do these lives linger etched in the heart's silent depths? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could a manufacturing defect like a hairline crack in the fuel tank have sparked the blast undetected by inspections, or did a cargo mishap, a smuggled chemical or battery ignite the vapors? Some propose a terrorist act, a small explosive, missed in the wreckage, though no group claimed responsibility. The streak of light, seen by 270 witnesses, fuels theories of a missile, perhaps a Navy test gone awry, yet no physical evidence aligns. Others imagine a rare fuel-air explosion triggered by static in the tank, though such events are near mythical. The wreckage, meticulously reconstructed, holds no definitive clue, only a puzzle's edges. You weigh these possibilities each, a breath that fades into the mist. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Jewish tradition, the sea is a Tehom Rabbah, a great deep where God's mysteries dwell. Flight 800's souls might be cradled in this sacred abyss, swaying in divine silence. In Hindu thought, the ocean is Samudra, a vast womb. Could the plane be its guest, reborn in cosmic tides? You picture the crew not fallen, but lifted into a sky where waves pierce eternity, their plane a beacon in the divine flame. To the mystic, the Atlantic is a mirror reflecting the soul's own secrets. What would you see if you gazed into that mirror? The Atlantic speaks its voice, a low chant across millennia. You soar above its current, seeing islands like scattered pearls, their shores kissed by foam. The Bermuda Triangle nearby has claimed countless vessels, its lore echoing Flight 800's silence. The Mary Celeste, found derelict in 1872, drifted these waters, its crew vanished without trace. This sea has held them all, explorers, dreamers, wings of steel and myth, and kept their tales in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your reverence, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as starlight. The passengers are the seekers, chasing horizons beyond sight. The Boeing is the vessel bearing them to the unknown. The ocean is the keeper, guarding what cannot be grasped. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own journeys, moments when you sought truth only to find mystery. What have you pursued, only to find its meaning veiled? What tides beckon you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a pulse against your heart. You rest on a shore of moonlit sand, the Atlantic's breath cool and steady. Flight 800 is out there, or perhaps it isn't. Perhaps it has become the mist curling over the waves with quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a current, lifting a shell into dreams where the lost are near. What does the sea conceal when only the stars bear witness? So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Picture yourself adrift on a velvet night hovering above the Indian Ocean, where the sea unfurls like a shimmering cloak, its waves catching whispers of starlight. A plane's propellers hum faintly, a silver moth dancing through the dark, then it slips into the abyss, leaving a silence that feels like the breath of eternity. You are entering the mystery of a Douglas DC-3, a cargo flight that vanished in 1980 over these vast waters, carrying an unknown number of souls. No distress call, no wreckage, only the echo of a journey lost to the ocean's heart. Tonight you linger in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe guide you towards sleep. You stand at an unnamed airstrip, perhaps in Sri Lanka, or the Maldives in the humid dawn of 1980. The Douglas DC-3, a relic of aviation's golden age, its riveted fuselage, weathered but sturdy, prepares for a cargo run across the Indian Ocean. Its crew, likely a pilot, co-pilot, and perhaps a few others, load crates of goods, their contents obscured by time's veil. The plane, a workhorse born in the 1930s, lifts off into a sky streaked with monsoon clouds, bound for a distant port. Somewhere over the ocean's expanse, it vanishes. No radio signal reaches ground stations. No radar tracks its path. Search efforts, naval vessels, reconnaissance flights, comb thousands of square miles, finding only the sea's endless sigh. The Indian Ocean, a cradle of ancient currents, keeps its secret. You gaze into its depths, feeling the pull of a tale that refuses to rise. What claimed the DC-3 science casts its net into the void, offering theories that glimmer like pearls in the deep. The aircraft was old but reliable. Could a fatigue crack in its aging frame have torn it apart mid-flight? Or perhaps a fuel leak unnoticed in pre-flight checks starved its engines, sending it into the waves. Navigation errors are a possibility. The Indian Ocean's vastness offers few landmarks, and a misread chart could have led the crew astray. Sabotage whispers through the era's tensions. 1980 saw conflicts in the region, and a smuggled explosive might have silenced the plane. Weather, though calm in reports, could have hidden a microburst, a sudden downdraft that overwhelmed the DC-3's wings. The ocean's floor, plunging to 20,000 feet in the Chagos Trench, could hide the wreckage, its currents grinding metal to dust. You sift these ideas, each a breath that fades into the mist. Now let your spirit drift to sacred realms, where the mystery glows with divine light. In Tamil tradition, the ocean is Candelabra, a mother who cradles the lost in her tides. The DC-3's souls might rest in her, embrace their stories woven into the coral's hum. In Islamic thought, their vanishing is a barzakh, a liminal space where souls await the divine. To the Buddhist, the plane's arc is a fleeting anika, dissolving into the eternal void. You imagine the crew not gone but sailing a celestial current, their plane a lotus on the cosmic sea. In Hindu belief, the Indian Ocean is Samudra Manthan, a churned nectar of gods holding such mysteries in its depths. What does it mean to disappear, you muse, if the journey leads to such radiant shores? The Indian Ocean has long been a keeper of secrets. You wander through its history, hearing echoes of other silences. In 1979, Varig Flight 967 vanished over these waters, its cargo of art leaving no trace. Centuries ago, Chola fleets sailed this ocean, their ships sometimes lost to monsoon gales, their fates sung in temple hymns. The Utsuro-bune of 1803, a metallic craft from Japanese lore, drifted near these seas, its occupant a riddle. Ancient myths speak of Rama's bridge, a path across the ocean, its stones hidden beneath the waves. The Indian Ocean, a liquid tapestry of time, seems to gather these stories, folding them into its heart. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that weaves the DC-3 into a lineage of the unseen. Step into the cockpit now, you're the pilot. The DC-3's controls hum beneath your hands, the ocean below a canvas of midnight blue. Your co-pilot checks the charts, his voice a steady murmur. The stars above guide you, but the horizon feels vast, almost alive. You feel a shift, not fear, but a quiet awe, as if the sea is whispering a secret. The plane glides and the world softens, slipping into a space where night and water merge. Are you still flying, or have you crossed a hidden threshold? The ocean sings its voice a hymn, and you surrender to its gentle embrace. From another shore, you're a radio operator in 1980, your headset heavy with static. The DC-3's signal never arrives, and your calls into the ether go unanswered. You log the silence, heart heavy, waiting for a crackle that never comes. Days later, you join the search, scanning reports from fishing boats, hoping for a sighting. Families, if they exist, wait in distant towns, their prayers soft as candlelight, naming those aboard. Some claim to hear propellers in the night, a faint drone over the sea. You hold their longing delicate as a seashell, knowing it may never find rest. Why do these echoes linger, etched in the heart's quiet tides? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could the DC-3 have been caught in a magnetic anomaly known in the Indian Ocean, scrambling its instruments? Or did a mid-air collision with an unreported craft, perhaps a smuggler's plane, erase it from the sky? Some propose a fuel, vapor explosion, a spark igniting the cargo hold, though no flash was reported. The black boxes, if they exist, lie in depths beyond 1980's reach, perhaps in the Java Trench's abyss. Others imagine a time slip, a fold in reality, where the plane drifted beyond our world, a tale whispered in sailors' lore of lost moments. You weigh these possibilities, each a wave that breaks without sound. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Jain thought, the ocean is a place of moksha, where souls shed their bonds. The DC-3's vanishing might be a liberation, its crew freed into the infinite. In Sikh tradition, the sea is a sagar, a vast truth. Could the plane be its guest, swaying in divine harmony? You picture the souls not fallen, but lifted into a sky where waves pierce eternity, their plane a beacon in the divine flame. To the mystic, the Indian Ocean is a mandala, its center, a point of transcendence. What would you see if you could step into that center? The Indian Ocean speaks its voice, a low chant across millennia. You soar above its currents, seeing atolls like scattered embers, their shores kissed by foam. The Maldivian coral scripts etched in ancient reefs whisper of voyages known to this sea. The Srivijaya Empire's ships lost here hint at skies the ocean might have seen. This sea has held them all, traders, pilgrims, wings of steel and myth, and kept their tales in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your reverence, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as moonlight. The crew are the voyagers seeking paths through the night. The DC-3 is the relic bearing them to the unknown. The ocean is the guardian holding what cannot be grasped. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own journeys, moments when you ventured into shadow, trusting the unseen. What paths have you flown only to find the destination veiled? What tides call you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a whisper against your soul. You rest on a shore of starlit mist, the Indian Ocean's breath warm and steady. The DC-3 is out there, or perhaps it isn't, perhaps it has become the current flowing through the sea with quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a breeze, lifting a leaf into dreams where the lost are near. What does the ocean cradle when only the stars bear witness? But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision yourself drifting over the sun-scorched canyons of the American Southwest, where the desert unfurls like a tapestry of rust and ochre, its mesas glowing under a sky vast enough to swallow time. Stone structures perch on cliffs, their windows framing stars that seem to pulse with ancient secrets, as if whispering to those who once soared above. You are entering the mystery of the Anasazi's aerial observatories, ancient buildings aligned with celestial events, hinting at a people with knowledge of the skies. Their builders, the ancestral Puebloans, vanished without trace around 1300 CE, leaving only silence and stone. Tonight, you linger in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe guide you toward sleep. You stand in Chaco Canyon, New Mexico, where the ancestral Puebloans, known as the Anasazi, built a thriving civilization between 850 and 1250 CE. Their great houses, multi-story stone complexes like Pueblo Bonito, rise from the desert, their walls aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles. At Fajada Butte, a spiral petroglyph, the sun dagger captures sunlight in precise patterns, marking celestial events with uncanny accuracy. Cliff dwellings in Mesa Verde, Colorado, face the stars, their windows framing constellations like Orion. These structures suggest a deep understanding of the heavens, perhaps for navigation or ritual, yet the Anasazi left no written records. By 1300, their cities were empty, their people gone with no clear sign of why. You walk these ruins feeling the stone's cool breath, a secret that hums beneath the dust. What did the Anasazi's observatories mean? Science peers into the stone, offering theories that flicker like fireflies in the dusk. Perhaps these alignments were calendars tracking seasons for agriculture in a harsh desert. Yet the precision down to minutes of solar arcs suggests more than practical need. Could they be ceremonial sites where priests communed with sky deities during solstice rites? The lack of ritual artifacts challenges this. Some propose navigational aids guiding travelers across the desert by starlight, though no evidence of long-range travel exists. A daring hypothesis whispers of aerial knowledge, kites or tethered balloons, allowing the Anasazi to survey their land, but no such technology has been found. Others suggest astronomical observatories mapping a cosmology lost to time, yet no texts decode their stars. You sift these ideas, each a breeze stirring the sand without settling. Shift your spirit now to sacred realms where the mystery glows with divine light. In Hopi tradition, descendants of the Anasazi, the sky is a kiva of stars, home to Katsanam spirits who guide the people. The observatories might be portals aligning Earth with celestial ancestors. In Navajo belief, the heavens are a sacred hogan, and the Anasazi stones could be offerings to the holy people. To the Buddhist, the alignments are a mandala, a meditation on cosmic harmony. You imagine the builders not vanished but woven into the Milky Way, their structures a hymn to the eternal. In Christian mysticism, the observatories evoke a divine clock ticking toward salvation. What does it mean to watch the stars you muse, if the stars watch back in silence? The Southwest canyons have long cradled secrets. You wander through their history, hearing echoes of other enigmas. In 1540, Coronado's expedition vanished briefly in these deserts, their fate a whisper in Spanish chronicles. Centuries later, the Hohokams canals near modern Phoenix dried up their builders, gone without trace. The Sanagua's cliff dwellings like Montezuma Castle stand empty, their purpose veiled. Ancient myths speak of Kokopelli, a flute player who roamed the skies, his music guiding wanderers. The desert, a crucible of time, seems to collect these stories, hiding them in its crevices. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that weaves the Anasazi into a lineage of the unseen. Step into Chaco Canyon, now you're an Anasazi Mason. Your hands shape stone-fitting each block with care, guided by elders who read the stars. The great house rises its walls, catching the solstice sun, a shadow tracing the spiral at Fajada Butte. You work by moonlight the sky, a vast scroll its constellations, singing truths only your heart hears. The labor feels sacred, as if the earth itself is breathing with you. Are you building for gods or for those who will soar the stones, hum their song a lullaby, and you surrender to their timeless call? From another vantage, you're an archaeologist in 2025, standing atop Mesa Verde's cliffs. The dwellings below align with Orion's belt, their windows framing the stars' rise. You map the stones with drones, seeking clues to the Anasazi's exodus. Drought, conflict, or migration are theories, but no graves or battle scars confirm them. Locals' Pueblo descendants speak of a sky road, their voices soft as dawn, claiming the Anasazi followed the stars to another world. You hold their wonder delicate as a potsherd, knowing it may never find words. Why do these stones endure long after their builders fade? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could the observatories be acoustic chambers amplifying chants to the heavens? Tests show no such resonance. Or were they social hubs, uniting clans under shared skies, though their scale suggests more than gatherings? Some propose a priestly code, the alignments a secret kept by elites, but no artifacts reveal hierarchy. Others imagine celestial navigation akin to Polynesian star charts, guiding Anasazi traders across deserts, yet no trade routes align perfectly. The absence of written records leaves only the stone's silent testimony. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the twilight. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Zuni belief, the sky is a realm of Awanawilona. The creator and the observatories might be mirrors for his light, reflecting prayers to the stars. In Taoist thought, the alignments are a flow of qi balancing earth and sky in eternal dance. You picture the Anasazi not gone, but lifted into a realm where canyons pierce the heavens, their stones a bridge to the divine. To the mystic, the southwest is a labyrinth, its paths leading to the soul's center. What would you find if you walked that labyrinth? The desert itself speaks its voice, a low chant across millennia. You soar above its mesas, seeing canyons like folded hands, their shadows pooling with ancient light. The Mogollon culture's star carvings etch nearby whisper of skies known to these sands. The Fremont's petroglyphs, depicting sky beings, hint at flights the desert might have seen. This land has held them all, hunters, shamans, builders, and kept their stories in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your awe, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as starlight. The Anasazi are the star weavers crafting paths to the heavens. The observatories are the beacons shining for eternity. The desert is the keeper holding what cannot be grasped. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own quests, moments when you gazed upward, seeking truth in the stars. What have you sought, only to find its meaning veiled? What skies beckon you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a pulse against your heart. You rest on a mesa under a starlit canopy, the desert's breath warm and steady. The Anasazi's observatories stand silent, their purpose, a mystery that needs no answer. You seek no truth tonight. The Enigma is a haven, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a wind lifting a feather into dreams where the unseen soar. What do the stars reveal when only the stones can hear? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself wandering through an ancient Egyptian necropolis, where the sands of Saqqara whisper under a sky ablaze with twilight, and the pyramids loom like silent sentinels of eternity. In your hands, a small wooden figure carved with wings outstretched catches the fading light, its form poised, as if ready to soar into the heavens. You are stepping into the mystery of the Saqqara bird, an artifact from 200 BCE discovered in a tomb near Memphis, its aerodynamic design hinting at ancient knowledge of flight. Its purpose remains a shadow elusive and unspoken, a riddle that stirs the heart with wonder. Tonight you rest in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe guide you towards sleep. You stand in the dusty chambers of Saqqara, 1898, where archaeologists unearth a curious object in a Pa-di-Emin tomb. The Saqqara bird, crafted from sycamore wood, measures 7 inches long with a wingspan of similar breadth. Its form is sleek, a tapered body, upturned wings, and a tail resembling an aircraft's rudder unlike any known bird. Dated to the Ptolemaic period around 200 BCE, it bears no markings, no hieroglyphs, only a faint notch, suggesting a missing piece, perhaps a beak or propeller. Found in a sacred necropolis, it defies the era's art which favored gods and beasts over machines. No texts explain its purpose, no duplicates exist. You hold its imagined weight, feeling the desert's breath, a secret that hums beneath the sand. What was the Saqqara bird? Science peers into its wood grain, offering theories that glimmer like stars reflected in the Nile. Perhaps it was a ceremonial object symbolizing the soul's ascent to the afterlife, its wings evoking Horus, the falcon god. Yet its aerodynamic precision, tested in wind tunnels showing glide potential, suggests more than ritual. Could it be a child's toy? A model of a bird tossed for play? The tomb's solemn context weakens this idea. Some propose a weather vane perched on temples to gauge winds, though no mounting evidence exists. A bold hypothesis whispers of a glider prototype implying Egyptian knowledge of flight, but no papyri or relics support such technology. Others suggest a symbolic map, its form encoding celestial routes, yet no stars align with its shape. You trace these ideas, each a ripple fading into the dusk. Shift your spirit now to sacred realms where the mystery glows with divine light. In ancient Egyptian belief, the soul or Ba takes a bird's form to soar between worlds, and the Saqqara bird might be its vessel guiding the dead to Osiris's realm. In Coptic tradition, its wings evoke angels, messengers, bridging earth and heaven. To the Buddhist, the bird is a siddhi, a sign of enlightened flight beyond the material. You imagine the artisans not lost to time but woven into the stars, their creation a prayer for the eternal. In Kemetic spirituality, the desert is a cradle of matte cosmic order, and the bird could be its emblem, balancing earth and sky. What does it mean to carve wings, you muse, if they lift the soul to unseen horizons? Saqqara's sands have long cradled secrets. You wander through Egypt's history, hearing echoes of other enigmas. In 1900, the Antikythera mechanism, a Greek star tracker, was found off Crete, its complexity rivaling the bird's mystery. Centuries earlier, Imhotep's step pyramid at Saqqara rose its engineering, a riddle to modern minds. The Serapeum's massive sarcophagi buried nearby defy explanation, their purpose veiled. Ancient myths speak of Thoth, the ibis-headed god who gifted writing and flight to mortals, his secrets hidden in the sands. Saqqara, a necropolis of gods and kings, seems to gather these stories, locking them in its stone. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that weaves the Saqqara bird into a lineage of the unseen. Step into a Ptolemaic workshop, now you're an Egyptian craftsman. Your chisel shapes the sycamore, carving wings with care, guided by a vision that burns in your heart. The tomb's silence surrounds you, its walls etched with spells for the dead. You smooth the bird's tail, its form flowing like a river to the sky. The priests nod their chants, a distant hum calling to gods unseen. You feel a shift, not labor but reverence, as if the wood is alive with purpose. Are you crafting a soul's guide or a dream of flight? The desert hums its song, a lullaby, and you surrender to its timeless call. From another vantage, you're an archaeologist in 2025, standing in Saqqara's sun-baked expanse. The Saqqara bird rests in Cairo's museum, its glass case, a silent shrine. You study replicas, testing their glide in labs, marveling at their lift. Colleagues debate, was it a ritual tool, a toy, or a lost technology? No papyri mention gliders, yet the bird's design speaks of intent. Bedouin guides share tales of sky spirits, their voices soft as dusk, claiming the bird was a gift from the gods. You hold their wonder delicate, as a papyrus scroll, knowing it may never find words. Why does this bird soar long after its wings still? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could the bird be a model of a real aircraft used in temple experiments with kites or tethered balloons? No such devices appear in Egyptian art. Or was it a symbolic offering placed in tombs to aid the Ba's flight? Its aerodynamics coincidental? The wood's precision challenges this. Some propose a foreign influence, Greek or Persian, introducing early flight concepts, though no cultural exchange aligns. Others imagine a meteorological tool, its shape mimicking wind patterns, yet no practical use is evident. Modern scans reveal no hidden mechanisms, only the bird's silent form. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the twilight. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Sufi thought, the bird is a murshid, a guide to divine union, its wings lifting the soul through veils of light. In Hindu tradition, it evokes Garuda, the eagle mount of Vishnu, soaring across cosmic skies. You picture the artisans not bound to earth, but dancing in a realm where sands pierce eternity, their bird a beacon for the divine. To the mystic, Sakura is a stargate, its relics portals to other worlds. What would you see if you could soar through that gate? Saqqara itself speaks its voice, a low chant across millennia. You soar above its pyramid, seeing dunes like folded robes, their shadows pooling with ancient light. The Djoser complex nearby whispers of steps to the stars. The Tedi pyramid's texts spelling soul flights hint at skies Saqqara might have known. This necropolis has held them all. Pharaohs, priests, dreamers, and kept their stories in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your awe, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as starlight. The artisans are the dreamweavers crafting paths to the heavens. The Saqqara bird is the herald bearing truths beyond time. The desert is the eternal scroll holding what cannot be read. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own aspirations, hopes, dreams, flights sent into the void. What have you launched only to find its destiny veiled? What skies beckon you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a pulse against your heart. You rest on a dune under a starlit canopy, Saqqara's breath warm and steady. The Saqqara bird is there, eternal, yet silent its purpose, a mystery that needs no answer. You seek no truth tonight. The Enigma is a haven, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a breeze, lifting a wing into dreams where the unseen soar. What does the bird fly toward when only the stars can guide? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself seated atop a Himalayan ridge, where the dawn's first light spills over peaks like molten gold, and the air thrums with a distant hum, as if the sky itself recalls the passage of ancient wings. Clouds part to reveal a vision of gleaming chariots soaring through the ether, their forms etched in the memory of the stars. You are stepping into the mystery of the Vimana texts, ancient Indian scriptures describing flying machines of the gods with designs so intricate they whisper of lost technology. Yet no trace of these crafts remains, only words that dance on the edge of the unknowable. Tonight you linger in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe guide you towards sleep. You sit in a quiet ashram, a tattered copy of the Mahabharata open before you, its Sanskrit verses weaving tales from 3000 BCE or earlier. Within this epic, and in texts like the Ramayana Vimana Shastra and Samarangana Sutradhara Vimanas, emerge flying vehicles piloted by gods or sages capable of swift travel, aerial combat, and journeys to the stars. The Vimana Shastra details their construction, multi-tiered structures of metal powered by Mercury engines with wings, mirrors, and furnaces. Some are shaped like birds, others like domes, moving faster than thought or cloaking themselves in mist. No archaeological evidence, metal hulls, runways, or fuel supports these accounts, and the text's origins, possibly later interpolations, remain debated. You trace their words with your finger, feeling the pulse of a story that soars beyond time. What were the Vimana's science peers into the ancient ink, offering theories that flicker like firelight on cave walls? Perhaps they were poetic metaphors symbolizing divine power or the soul's ascent, their technical details a flourish of imagination. Yet the specificity, blueprints, propulsion systems suggests more than allegory. Could they describe real aircraft, a lost technology from a forgotten Indian civilization? No artifacts align with such advancements in ancient India. Some propose exaggerated memories of chariots or kites mistaken for flight by later scribes, though the text's precision challenges this. Others suggest astronomical tools, the Vimanas as observatories or star maps, but their mobility defies static use. A bold hypothesis whispers of extraterrestrial influence the gods, as visitors leaving tales of their craft, though no physical evidence supports this. You sift these ideas, each a breeze that stirs the dust without settling. Shift your spirit now to sacred realms where the mystery glows with divine light. In Hindu belief, the Vimanas are vehicles of Deva's gods, like Indra or Vishnu bridging earth and heavens. They might be symbols of Siddhi, spiritual powers granting flight to enlightened sages. In Jain thought, the crafts are abodes of liberated souls soaring through cosmic realms. You imagine the pilots not bound to earth but dancing in a sky where stars are lanterns, their Vimanas a hymn to the eternal. In Christian mysticism, they evoke Ezekiel's chariot, a divine vision of celestial travel. To the Buddhist, the texts are a sutra of impermanence, their machines dissolving into the void. What does it mean to fly, you muse? If the wings lift you to the divine, India's ancient lands have long cradled secrets. You wander through their history, hearing echoes of other enigmas. In 250 BCE, Ashoka's pillars rose their polish, a mystery to modern craftsmen. Centuries later, the iron pillar of Delhi, rust-free for 1,600 years, defies metallurgy's grasp. The Harappan seals from 2,600 BCE bear scripts unread, their cities vanished like the Anasazis. Myths speak of Pushpaka, a Vimana in the Ramayana carrying Rama across skies, its origins lost in oral tales. India, a mosaic of time and spirit, seems to gather these stories, hiding them in its rivers and hills. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that weaves the Vimanas into a lineage of the unseen. Step into an ancient Vedic city, now you're a sage crafting a Vimana. Your hands shape molten metal, guided by mantras chanted under starlight. The furnace roars, mercury swirling in its heart as wings take form, gleaming like a peacock's tail. The elders watch, their eyes tracing constellations, their voices calling to gods unseen. You feel a shift, not effort, but reverence, as if the sky is breathing with you. Are you building a chariot for deities or a dream for mortals? The stars hum their song, a lullaby, and you surrender to their timeless call. From another vantage, you're a scholar in 2025, poring over Sanskrit texts in a dimly lit library. The Vimana Shastra's diagrams unfold, gears, lenses, propulsion, eerily modern yet unbuildable with ancient tools. You cross-reference the Mahabharata, finding battles where Vimanas rain fire or vanish in clouds. Colleagues debate allegory, memory, or fiction. No dig sites yield metal wings, no caves hide mercury engines. Villagers near Varanasi speak of sky chariots, their tails soft as dusk, claiming gods still fly in dreams. You hold their wonder delicate as a lotus petal, knowing it may never find form. Why do these machines soar long after their blueprints fade? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could the Vimanas describe early experiments with balloons heated by fires, their details exaggerated over time? No textile relics support this. Or were they war machines, catapults, or siege towers mistaken for flight in epic retellings? The text's aerial focus weakens this. Some propose a coded language, the Vimanas as metaphors for yoga's inner flight, though their mechanics defy abstraction. Others imagine foreign influence, Greek or Persian, introducing tales of winged devices, yet no cultural exchange aligns. Modern translations reveal no hidden ciphers, only the mystery's depth. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the twilight. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Sikh thought, the Vimanas are a journey to Waheguru, the divine truth, their flight, a path through the heart. In Taoist tradition, they are a flow of chi balancing earth and sky in cosmic dance. You picture the sages not lost to time, but lifted into a realm where mountains pierce eternity, their Vimanas a beacon for the divine. To the mystic, India is a mandala, its texts, a map to the soul's center. What would you find if you soared through that mandala? India itself speaks its voice, a low chant across eons. You soar above the Ganges, seeing temples like scattered jewels, their spires reaching for the sky. The Ellora caves carved with sky beings whisper of flights India might have known. The Brihadiswara temple's shadow cast with uncanny precision hints at celestial knowledge. This land has held them all, poets, warriors, dreamers, and kept their stories in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your awe, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as moonlight. The sages are the sky weavers crafting paths to the stars. The Vimanas are the chariots, bearing truths beyond time. The texts are the oracles speaking in riddles. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own aspirations, dreams, quests, flights sent into the void. What have you sought only to find its destiny veiled? What horizons beckon you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a pulse against your heart. You rest on a ridge under a starlit canopy, the Himalaya's breath cool and steady. The Vimanas are out there, or perhaps they aren't. Perhaps they have become the wind rustling through the peaks with quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a cloud, lifting a spark into dreams where the unseen soar. What do the Vimanas chase when only the stars can guide? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself standing on a windswept cliff along Ireland's rugged coast, where the Irish Sea churns below its waves, weaving a restless tapestry of foam under a sky heavy with twilight. A plane's distant hum echoes faintly its silhouette, a fleeting brushstroke against the horizon. Then it spirals into the sea's embrace, leaving a silence that hums with unspoken secrets. You are entering the mystery of Aer Lingus Flight 712, a Vickers Viscount that plunged into the Irish Sea in 1968, carrying 61 souls. No clear cause emerged, only whispers of external interference, a riddle that lingers in the heart of the unknown. Tonight you rest in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe guide you toward sleep. You're at Cork Airport, the 24th of March 1968, where the St. Wast Phelim, a Vickers Viscount 803 gleams on the tarmac, ready for its routine flight to London Heathrow. Aboard are 57 passengers, Irish families, Swiss tourists, Belgian businessmen, and 2 Americans, joined by 4 crew members, led by Captain Barney O'Byrne, a seasoned pilot with 683 hours of flight time. The plane lifts off at 10:02 a.m., climbing into a clear spring sky, the sun glinting off its wings. At 11:13 a.m., co-pilot Paul Heffernan's voice crackles over the radio, 12,000 feet descending, spinning rapidly, then silence. The plane vanishes off radar, crashing near Tuscar Rock County, Wexford. Search teams recover only 14 bodies and scattered wreckage, but no black box, no answers. You stand on that imagined shore, the sea's murmur, a quiet hymn, its truth hidden in the deep. What claimed Flight 712 science dives into the fragments, offering theories that flicker like lanterns on a stormy sea. The National Transportation Safety Board's 1970 report suggested structural failure, possibly from metal fatigue in the tailplane, exacerbated by missing maintenance records from 1967. A 2002 investigation pointed to a flutter-induced failure of the elevator trim tab, perhaps triggered by corrosion or a bird strike. Yet witnesses reported a streak or object in the sky, fueling speculation of a missile or drone from a British test range at Aberporth, Wales, though the Ministry of Defence denied activity that day. Could a mid-air collision with an unreported aircraft like an Irish Air Corps Vampire jet have occurred? No wreckage of another craft was found. Some propose electromagnetic interference scrambling instruments, though no evidence supports this. The Irish Sea's shallow 39 fathoms hid much of the plane, its secrets swept by currents. You trace these ideas, each a wave that curls and dissolves. Now let your spirit drift to sacred realms where the mystery glows with divine light. In Celtic tradition, the sea is a gateway to Tir na Nog, the land of eternal youth, where the fallen are welcomed by ancient spirits. Flight 712 souls might rest in this other world, their voices woven into the waves' eternal song. In Christian thought, their sudden passage evokes the rapture, a ascent to divine peace. To the Buddhist, the crash is a fleeting samsara, a cycle dissolving into nirvana's calm. You imagine the passengers not lost but sailing a celestial tide, their plane a beacon in the cosmic night. In Islamic mysticism, the sea is a barzakh, a liminal veil holding the departed in Allah's care. What does it mean to plunge, you muse, if the plunge leads to such boundless shores? The Irish Sea has long been a cradle of secrets. You glide through its history, hearing echoes of other mysteries. In 1843, the Solway vanished off Wexford, its crew claimed by sudden fogs, their fates sung in sailors' shanties. Centuries later, the MV Princess Victoria sank in 1953. Near these waters, its 133 lives lost to a storm's wrath. The Utsuro-bune of 1803, a metallic craft from Japanese lore, drifted near these seas, its story a mirror to the Viscount's Enigma. Ancient myths speak of Mananan Maclir, the sea god, guiding ships to unseen realms. The Irish Sea, a liquid chronicle, seems to gather these tales, folding them into its tides. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that weaves Flight 712 into a lineage of the unseen. Step into the cockpit now, your Captain O'Byrne. The St. Laxley. Phelim's controls are steady, the Irish Sea sparkling below like a mosaic of light. Heffernan, your co-pilot, scans the horizon, his youth tempered by focus. The plane hums a trusted steed, but a sudden jolt shakes the calm. The instruments falter and the Viscount lurches, spinning downward. You fight the controls, heart steady, whispering a prayer for the 61 souls behind you. The sea rushes up and you feel a shift. Not fear, but a quiet awe, as if the waves are opening a hidden door. Are you crashing or crossing a sacred threshold? The sea sings its voice, a chant, and you surrender to its call. From another shore, you're a fisherman off Tuskar Rock, 1968. The sky is clear, the sea calm when a roar splits the air. You see a plane spiral, trailing smoke in a streak of light, another craft or something else. It crashes near the lighthouse, waves swallowing its form. You sail closer, nets forgotten, finding only debris, and a few souls adrift, their stories silenced. Days later, you join the search, hauling fragments to Rosselair Harbor. Families gather, their prayers soft as seabirds, naming loved ones. Some claim to hear engines in the night, a faint hum over the waves. You hold their grief delicate as a shell, knowing it may never find rest. Why do these shadows linger, etched in the heart's quiet tides? Science stirs again, its questions sharp yet soft. Could a bird strike swans migrating from Iceland have shattered a critical component? As the 1970 report mused, the region hosted thousands of swans, yet no feathers were found in the wreckage. Or did a maintenance oversight missing logbooks from 1967 hide a fatal flaw in the tailplane's trim tabs? Some propose a freak atmospheric vortex, a clear air turbulence, though weather was benign. Others whisper of a covert operation, a British missile test gone awry with missing HMS, Penelope logs fueling suspicion, though no proof emerged. The wreckage, much of it unrecovered, held no definitive clue, only a puzzle's edges. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the fog. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Druidic thought, the sea is a cauldron of rebirth where Flight 712 souls might be remade in the Earth's cycle. In Hindu tradition, the ocean is Samudra, a divine womb. Could the plane be its guest, cradled in cosmic tides? You picture the crew not fallen but lifted into a sky where waves pierce eternity, their Viscount a spark in the divine flame. To the mystic, the Irish Sea is a mirror reflecting the soul's own secrets. What would you see if you gazed into that mirror? The Irish Sea speaks its voice, a low chant across eons. You soar above its currents, seeing cliffs like ancient altars, their stones kissed by salt. The RMS Leinster, torpedoed in 1918, sank here. Its 501 lives a whisper in these waters. The banshee of Celtic lore, wailing for the lost haunts these shores, her cry echoing the Viscount's fall. This sea has held them all, sailors, pilgrims, wings of steel and myth, and kept their tales in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your reverence, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as moonlight. The passengers are the wanderers seeking paths through the sky. The St. Phelim is the chariot bearing them to the unknown. The sea is the keeper guarding what cannot be grasped. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own journeys, moments when you ventured into shadow, trusting the unseen. What paths have you flown only to find the destination veiled? What tides call you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a whisper against your soul. You rest on a shore of starlit pebbles, the Irish Sea's breath cool and steady. Flight 712 is out there, or perhaps it isn't, perhaps it has become the mist curling over the waves with quiet grace. You seek no answers tonight. The mystery is a sanctuary, its silence a lullaby, wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a current, lifting a leaf into dreams where the lost are near. What does the sea conceal when only the stars bear witness? But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision yourself wandering through a mist-shrouded Roman ruin where crumbling stone arches frame a twilight sky and the air hums with the faint echo of ancient footsteps. In your palm rests a bronze dodecahedron, its 12 pentagonal faces gleaming softly, each pierced with holes of varying sizes, as if it holds the secrets of the stars. You are stepping into the mystery of the Roman dodecahedron, a perplexing artifact from the 2nd to 4th centuries CE found across Europe's Roman frontiers. Speculated to be a navigational tool for ancient aviators, its true function remains a whisper from a world lost to time. Tonight, you linger in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe lull you towards sleep. You stand in a museum in Germany, gazing at a dodecahedron unearthed from a Roman villa's rubble. Crafted from bronze or stone, these objects, over 100, discovered from Britain to Hungary, range from fist-sized to grapefruit-sized, each a perfect 12-sided polyhedron. Their faces bear circular holes, often of different diameters, with knobs at each vertex suggesting a deliberate, intricate design. No Roman texts mention them, no inscriptions mark their purpose. Found in temples, graves, and military camps, they defy the era's practical tools like dice or lamps. Their mystery deepens with theories of celestial use, perhaps guiding skyward travelers, yet no evidence confirms such flights. You cradle its imagined weight, feeling the metal's cool pulse, a secret that refuses to unfold. What was the dodecahedron's purpose? Science peers into its geometry, offering theories that flicker like torchlight on ancient walls. Perhaps it was a surveying tool, its holes aligning with landmarks to measure distances, though no Roman text describes such a device. Could it be a religious artifact used in rituals to honor gods like Jupiter, its shape echoing the cosmos? The temple finds support this, but the military context challenge it. Some propose a calendrical function, the holes tracking seasonal stars, yet no consistent pattern emerges. A daring hypothesis suggests a navigational aid for hypothetical Roman balloons or kites guiding aerial scouts, but no trace of such technology exists. Others see it as a craft tool, perhaps for knitting gloves, though the complexity seems excessive for textiles. You sift these ideas, each a spark that fades into the dusk. Shift your spirit now to sacred realms where the mystery glows with divine resonance. In Pythagorean thought, the dodecahedron was a symbol of the cosmos, its 12 faces mirroring the zodiac. Roman priests might have held it aloft, communing with celestial spirits. In Christian mysticism, its geometry evokes the divine order, a blueprint of creation. To the Buddhist, it is a yantra, a meditation on the universe's unity. You imagine the Romans not lost to history, but woven into the stars, their dodecahedron, a prayer for eternity. In Celtic spirituality found in Roman Britain, such shapes were portals to the other world, guiding souls skyward. What does it mean to hold the cosmos, you muse, if the cosmos holds you in silence? The Roman Empire's frontiers have long cradled secrets. You wander through their history, hearing echoes of other enigmas. In 79 CE, Vesuvius buried Pompeii, preserving tools and scrolls, yet no dodecahedrons emerged. Centuries later, the Antikythera mechanism, a Greek star tracker from 100 BCE, was found off Rhodes, its gears a riddle akin to the dodecahedron's holes. The Vindolanda tablets, Roman letters from Britain, speak of daily life, but never of these objects. Myths whisper of Icarus, whose wings soared too near the sun, his tail echoing the dodecahedron's skyward dreams. The Empire, a mosaic of conquest and wonder, seems to gather these stories, hiding them in its ruins. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that weaves the dodecahedron into a lineage of the unseen. Step into a Roman camp now, you're a centurion. The dodecahedron rests on your table, its bronze catching the firelight. Your soldiers watch curious as you turn it, aligning its holes with the stars through the tent's flap. The night is still, the Rhine's murmur distant, and you feel a shift, not duty but reverence, as if the object speaks to the heavens. Are you charting a path or offering a prayer? The stars pulse their song a lullaby, and you surrender to their timeless call, trusting the mystery's quiet power. From another vantage, you're an archaeologist in 2025, excavating a Roman fort in Gaul. A dodecahedron emerges from the soil, its patina a testament to centuries buried. You study its holes, their sizes varying, and test alignments with Polaris or Arcturus, finding no clear pattern. Colleagues debate Was it a game, a ritual tool, or a lost technology? No Roman engineer like Vitruvius mentions such devices, yet their craftsmanship speaks of intent. Local farmers share tales of starstones, their voices soft as dawn, claiming they guide spirits skyward. You hold their wonder delicate as a clay shard, knowing it may never find form. Why does this shape endure long after its makers fade? Science stirs again its questions, precise yet elusive. Could the dodecahedron be an optical instrument, its holes focusing light to measure angles akin to an early theodolite? No lenses or mirrors support this. Or was it a divination tool casting shadows to read omens, though no Roman oracle used such shapes? Some propose a mechanical function, perhaps a gear template for Roman machines, but the knobs defy practical use. Others imagine a celestial model, the holes mapping unknown constellations, yet no sky matches their pattern. Modern scans reveal no hidden chambers, only the object's silent form. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the twilight. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Neoplatonic thought, the dodecahedron is the aether, the fifth element, binding the universe. Roman mystics might have seen it as a key to divine wisdom. In Hindu tradition, its geometry echoes Vastu Shastra, aligning Earth with cosmic order. You picture the Romans not bound to Earth but lifted into a realm where stars are beacons, their dodecahedron a bridge to the divine. To the mystic, the Roman frontier is a liminal space where the veil between worlds thins. What would you see if you peered through that veil? The Roman Empire itself speaks its voice, a low chant across centuries. You soar above its roads, seeing forts like scattered coins, their stones kissed by time. The Mithraic temples buried beneath Roman cities whisper of star worship, their altars echoing the dodecahedron's celestial call. The Aqua Virgo aqueduct, flowing with uncanny precision, hints at knowledge the empire might have held. This realm has seen them all, legionaries, priests, dreamers, and kept their stories in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your awe, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as moonlight. The Romans are the star watchers crafting tools for unseen skies. The dodecahedron is the enigma bearing truths beyond grasp. The frontier is the threshold guarding what cannot be known. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own quests, moments when you sought clarity, only to find mystery. What have you held only to find its purpose? Veiled, what stars beckon you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a pulse against your heart. You rest in a ruin under a starlit canopy, the dodecahedron's breath cool and steady. It is there, eternal, yet silent its purpose, a mystery that needs no answer. You seek no truth tonight. The enigma is a haven, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a wind, lifting a spark into dreams where the unseen soar. What does the dodecahedron guide when only the stars can follow? So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision yourself deep within a Colombian jungle where the canopy weaves a cathedral of emerald light and the air hums with the pulse of ancient rivers. In your hands, a golden figurine glints, its sleek form wings, swept back, tail fin poised, evoking a bird or perhaps a craft that once danced with the clouds. You are stepping into the mystery of the Quimbaya artifacts, gold objects from Colombia, dated to 1000 CE, whose aerodynamic shapes resemble modern aircraft. Their purpose and meaning defy explanation, a whisper from a time that soars beyond reach. Tonight you linger in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe cradle you towards sleep. You stand in the Gold Museum of Bogota, where the Quimbaya artifacts rest in glass cases, their burnished surfaces catching the light. Crafted by the Quimbaya culture, a pre-Columbian people of the Cauca Valley, these objects, some no larger than your palm, date from 300 to 1550 CE, with the most intriguing from around 1000 CE. Numbering over a dozen, they include pendants and ornaments, shaped like birds, insects, or fish, yet several standout figurines with delta wings, vertical stabilizers and fuselages, eerily akin to jet planes. Found in tombs alongside pottery and jewelry, they bear no inscriptions, no clues to their use. Their aerodynamic design, tested in scale models, shows flight potential, yet no evidence of ancient aviation exists. You gaze at their forms, feeling the gold's quiet warmth, a secret that hums beneath the surface. What were these winged artifacts? Science peers into their gleam, offering theories that flicker like fireflies in the twilight. Perhaps they were stylized animal figures, representing birds or bats sacred to the Quimbaya, their shapes abstracted into sleek forms. Yet the tail fins and wing angles defy natural anatomy. Could they be ceremonial ornaments worn to invoke sky spirits during rituals? Their tomb context supports this, but the aerodynamic precision suggests more. Some propose toys or models crafted for elite children, though the gold's value weakens this idea. A bold hypothesis whispers of ancient flight gliders or kites inspired by observation of condors, yet no archaeological trace of such technology exists. Others suggest symbolic star maps, the wings encoding celestial paths, but no constellations align. You sift these ideas, each a breath that fades into the jungle's hush. Now let your spirit drift to sacred realms where the mystery glows with divine light. In Quimbaya cosmology, the sky was a realm of Tairona creator spirits who soared as birds. These artifacts might be offerings, their wings a bridge to the divine. In Christian mysticism, their forms evoke seraphim, angels with blazing wings, guiding souls to eternity. To the Buddhist, they are a dharma wheel spinning through the cosmos, their flight, a meditation on liberation. You imagine the Quimbaya not lost to time but woven into the heavens, their gold a hymn to the stars. In Muisca belief, neighbors to the Quimbaya gold was the sun's tears, and these wings could be prayers for light. What does it mean to shape wings, you muse, if they lift the soul to unseen skies? Colombia's jungles have long cradled secrets. You wander through their history, hearing echoes of other enigmas. In 1540, Spanish conquistadors vanished in the Cauca Valley, their gold-laden rafts swallowed by rivers, their fates whispered in Tairona tales. Centuries later, the San Pedro treasure, a galleon's hoard, sank off Cartagena, its riches hidden in the deep. The Tumaco culture's clay flyers, shaped like birds, echo the Quimbaya's winged forms, their purpose veiled. Ancient myths speak of Bochica, a sky god who taught flight to mortals, his lessons lost in oral chants. Colombia, a land of rivers and peaks, seems to gather these stories, hiding them in its emerald folds. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that weaves the artifacts into a lineage of the unseen. Step into a Quimbaya village, now you're a goldsmith. Your hands mold molten gold, shaping wings with care, guided by a shaman's chant under starlight. The fire crackles, casting shadows on the clay, as the figurine takes form, its tail fin sharp, its body sleek. The elders watch, their eyes tracing the condor's path, above their voices calling to spirits unseen. You feel a shift, not labor but reverence, as if the gold is alive with purpose. Are you crafting a gift for the gods, or a memory of flight? The jungle hums its song, a lullaby, and you surrender to its timeless call. From another vantage, you're an archaeologist in 2025, excavating a Quimbaya tomb. A gold figurine emerges from the soil, its wings glinting like a captured dawn. You test its aerodynamics in a wind tunnel, marveling at its glide. Colleagues debate, was it a ritual object, a toy, or a lost technology? No, Quimbaya texts survive, only pottery and graves. Indigenous elders share tales of sky runners, their voices soft as mist, claiming the artifacts flew in dreams. You hold their wonder delicate as a feather, knowing it may never find form. Why do these wings soar long after their makers fade? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could the artifacts be aerodynamic by chance, their shapes mimicking natural flyers like the Andean condor? Wind tunnel tests suggest intent, not coincidence. Or were they ritual kites tethered in ceremonies to reach the sky, though no strings or frames appear in graves? Some propose a foreign influence, Phoenician or Chinese, carrying tales of flight, yet no trade routes align. Others imagine a symbolic code, the wings mapping sacred rivers like the Cauca, but no geography matches. Modern scans reveal no hidden mechanisms, only the gold's silent form. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the twilight. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Andean thought, the sky is Hanan Pacha, the upper world of gods, and the artifacts might be keys to its gates, guiding souls upward. In Taoist tradition, their wings are a flow of qi, balancing earth and sky in cosmic dance. You picture the Quimbaya not bound to earth, but lifted into a realm where jungles pierce eternity, their gold, a beacon for the divine. To the mystic, Colombia is a crucible, its artifacts, portals to the soul's flight. What would you see if you soared through that portal? Colombia itself speaks its voice, a low chant across millennia. You soar above its rivers, seeing mountains like folded wings, their peaks kissed by clouds. The Tirona's gold birds buried nearby whisper of skies shared with the Quimbaya. The San Agustin stone statues gazing upward hint at flights the jungle might hold. This land has held them all, shamans, warriors, dreamers, and kept their stories in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who speaks only in shadows, offering awe, not answers. Archetypes rise gentle as starlight. The Quimbaya are the wingweavers crafting dreams into gold for unseen skies. The artifacts are the messengers bearing truths beyond time. The jungle is the eternal keeper, guarding what cannot be grasped. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own aspirations, dreams, prayers, flights sent into the void. What have you shaped only to find its purpose hidden? What horizons beckon you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a pulse against your heart. You rest in a glade under a starlit canopy, the jungle's breath warm and steady. The Quimbaya artifacts are their eternal, yet silent their purpose, a mystery that needs no answer. You seek no truth tonight. The Enigma is a haven, its silence, a lullaby wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a breeze, lifting a spark into dreams where the unseen soar. What do the wings chase when only the stars can guide? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself seated on a rocky outcrop in Mali's Bandiagra escarpment where the savannah stretches like a golden mantle under a sky ablaze with countless stars. The night air carries the soft chant of Dogon elders, their voices weaving tales of celestial travelers who gifted knowledge of a hidden star. You are stepping into the mystery of the Dogon tribe's star knowledge, a profound enigma where this West African people centuries ago described Sirius B, a white dwarf invisible without telescopes, possibly learned from aerial visitors. Their source remains a whisper from the cosmos, untouched by time. Tonight you rest in this enigma, letting its gentle, unresolvable awe guide you towards sleep. You sit in a Dogon village, the mud brick homes glowing under moonlight, as elders recount the Sigui ceremony held every 60 years to honor the stars. Since at least the 13th century, the Dogon of Mali have spoken of Sigui Tolo Sirius, the brightest star, and its invisible companion, Potolo, a dense small star orbiting it. In the 1930s, French anthropologists Marcel Grial and Germain Dieterlen recorded these oral traditions, detailing the Dogon's knowledge. Potolo is white heavy as the weight of 480 donkey loads and orbits Sirius every 50 years. Modern astronomy in 1862 confirmed Sirius B, a white dwarf invisible to the naked eye with a 50.1-year orbit and immense density. No Dogon artifacts, telescopes, lenses explain this precision, and their tales hint at Namo amphibious beings from the sky as teachers. You listen to the elders chant, feeling the stars' quiet gaze, a secret that hums beyond reach. What explains the Dogon's knowledge? Science peers into the night, offering theories that flicker like embers in the dark. Perhaps they observed Sirius's brightness fluctuations, inferring a companion star, though such precision without optics seems improbable. Could European travelers post 1862 have shared astronomical data later woven into Dogon lore? Grial's 1930s fieldwork predates widespread contact, and no records show such exchanges. Some propose ancient trade routes carrying Babylonian or Egyptian star lore to Mali, yet no African culture matches the Dogon's specificity. A bold hypothesis suggests extraterrestrial contact, the Namo, as visitors teaching cosmic truths, but no physical evidence, craft, or tools supports this. Others see a symbolic cosmology, Potolo, as a metaphor for balance, though the orbital accuracy defies allegory. You sift these ideas, each a spark that fades into the night's vastness. Shift your spirit now to sacred realms, where the mystery pulses with divine light. In Dogon cosmology, the stars are the eyes of Amma, the creator, and Potolo is a seed of creation, its density holding life's essence. Their knowledge might be a gift from the Namo spiritual beings who descended in a fiery ark. In Christian mysticism, the Dogon's star lore evokes the Star of Bethlehem, guiding seekers to truth. To the Buddhists, their tales are a prajna wisdom piercing the veil of illusion. You imagine the Dogon not bound to earth but woven into the cosmos, their chants a prayer to the eternal. In Sufi thought, the stars are lamps of divine love, and the Dogon's knowledge could be a spark from that flame. What does it mean to know the unseen? You muse if the unseen knows you in return. Mali's savannah has long cradled secrets. You wander through its history, hearing echoes of other enigmas. In the 13th century, the Mali Empire's Sankore scholars mapped stars, their scrolls lost to time. Centuries later, Timbuktu's manuscripts hid alchemical codes, their meanings veiled. The Djenné Mosque, rising from mud, holds carvings of celestial patterns, their purpose obscure. Ancient myths speak of Farafin Tobo, a sky being who taught navigation his ark, a shadow of the Namo's craft. Mali, a land of griots and spirits, seems to gather these stories, hiding them in its sands. You feel its ancient rhythm, a pulse that weaves the Dogon star knowledge into a lineage of the unseen. Step into a Dogon Kiva, now you're an initiate. The elders guide you, their masks carved with star shapes, as you learn the Sigwi's secrets. They point to Potolo, invisible, yet known, its orbit traced in the sand. The Nomo's tale unfolds beings from the sky, half fish, half human, who brought wisdom in a vessel of fire. You feel a shift, not doubt but reverence, as if the stars are whispering your name. Are you learning facts or touching the divine? The night hums its song, a lullaby, and you surrender to its timeless call. From another vantage, you're an astronomer in 2025, studying Dogon star maps in a Malian archive. The Sigwi's 60-year cycle aligns eerily with Sirius B's orbit, its density described in terms no pre-modern culture should know. You cross-reference Grial's notes, finding no European bias, only the Dogon's voice. Colleagues debate coincidence, diffusion, or something beyond. No telescopes lie in Bandiagra's cliffs, no lenses in its caves. Village griots share tales of sky teachers, their voices soft as dawn, claiming the stars still speak in dreams. You hold their wonder delicate, as a star's light, knowing it may never find form. Why does this knowledge endure long after the voices fade? Science stirs again, its questions precise yet elusive. Could the Dogon have deduced Sirius B from naked eye observations of Sirius's perturbations, a feat requiring centuries of data? Their oral tradition supports continuity but not such precision. Or was their knowledge a mnemonic code embedding cosmology in myth, though the specifics defy metaphor? Some propose a lost African observatory akin to Stonehenge, yet no ruins align with Sirius. Others imagine a cultural memory of ancient contact, Egyptian or Phoenician, carried to Mali, but no texts bridge the gap. Modern analyses of Dogon chants reveal no hidden ciphers, only the mystery's depth. You weigh these possibilities, each a breath that fades into the starlight. In the spiritual realm, the mystery deepens. In Yoruba thought, the stars are Orisha, divine guides, and the Dogon's knowledge might be their oracle spoken through the Namo. In Taoist tradition, the cosmos is a dance of yin and yang, and Potolo could balance Earth's rhythm. You picture the Dogon not earthbound, but lifted into a realm where stars are beacons, their knowledge a bridge to the divine. To the mystic, Mali is a crucible, its tales a portal to the soul's ascent. What would you see if you gazed through that portal? Mali itself speaks its voice, a low chant across millennia. You soar above its cliffs, seeing savannas like woven mats, their grasses kissed by wind. The Bamana's star masks, danced in rituals, echo the Dogon's celestial call. The Mande's epic of Sundiata, sung by griots, hints at sky beings known to these sands. This land has held them all, scholars, shamans, dreamers, and kept their stories in its heart. You sense its power, a guardian who asks only for your awe, not your answers. Archetypes rise gentle as moonlight. The Dogon are the stargazers weaving truths from the heavens. Potolo is the hidden light shining beyond sight. The Namo are the messengers bearing wisdom from the stars. These symbols stir within you, reflecting your own quests, moments when you sought the unseen, trusting its mystery. What have you glimpsed only to find its truth veiled? What stars beckon you still? The tale slows its rhythm, a pulse against your heart. You rest on a cliff under a starlit canopy, Mali's breath warm and steady. The Dogon's star knowledge is their eternal yet silent its source, a mystery that needs no answer. You seek no truth tonight. The Enigma is a haven, its silence a lullaby, wrapping you as sleep draws near. Let it carry you like a breeze, lifting a spark into dreams where the unseen soar. What do the stars whisper when only the heart can hear? In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. As you rest, now cradled by the soft hum of unanswered questions, let your thoughts wander one last time through the quiet places we've roamed. The mysteries linger, dear traveler, like sleeping stones beneath an eternal dusk, their secrets wrapped in the gentle winds that drift across time. You've walked the shores of vanishing plains, touched the edges of starlit riddles, and heard the silent songs of ancient wings. Each enigma a sigh from the universe, a moment where the world invites you to pause, to breathe in its vast, unspoken wonder. There's a peace in these shadows, a stillness that asks nothing of you. Not all things need answers, only the grace to let them be, to let them sway like reeds in a dream's soft current. The questions we've wandered through tonight are not puzzles to solve, but lanterns glowing faintly, guiding you deeper into the twilight of your own heart. They are the whispers of forgotten skies, the echoes of seas that hold their tales close, the murmurs of a world that dreams as you do now. Feel the winds of the unknown brush against you, cool and fleeting, carrying you toward a place where the stars hum their oldest lullaby. The stones sleep, the dusk deepens, and you are part of this endless drift, a voyager in a realm where questions bloom like flowers in the dark. Let them bloom, let them fade, let them carry you gently as the world softens into a hush, as the eternal dusk wraps you in its quiet embrace, as the winds drift on ever so softly into the boundless night. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers.